Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. True wisdom is vast and cannot be fully understood or possessed by one person alone. It requires collective understanding and sharing. It takes a whole village to raise a child. Raising a child is a communal effort that involves the support and guidance of the entire community, not just the parents. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Working alone may yield quick results, but teamwork and collaboration lead to sustainable, long-term success. The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Neglected individuals may resort to drastic measures to gain attention or a sense of belonging. However long the night, the dawn will break. No matter how difficult or dark a situation is, it will eventually pass and give way to better times. The fool speaks, the wise man listens. Wisdom often involves listening and understanding before speaking, whereas foolishness is marked by hasty, uninformed speech. A bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. When there is no enemy within, the enemies outside cannot hurt you. Inner peace and self-confidence make external threats less harmful. You learn how to cut down trees by cutting them down. Practical experience is the best teacher. You learn by doing. Rain does not fall on one roof alone. Hardships and blessings are shared experiences that affect many people, not just one individual. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Those who resort to violence often do so because they lack the ability or willingness to engage in rational discourse. Do not look where you fell, but where you slipped. Focus on understanding the cause of your mistakes rather than the consequences. To try and fail is not laziness. Making an effort, even if it results in failure, is commendable and not the same as being lazy. A child's fingers are not scalded by a piece of hot yam which its mother puts into its palm. Parents or guardians often protect their children from harm, even in challenging situations. A chattering bird builds no nest. Talking too much without action leads to unaccomplished goals. Wisdom does not come overnight. Gaining wisdom is a gradual process that takes time and experience. He who learns, teaches. Knowledge is meant to be shared, and those who learn should also teach others. A single bracelet does not jingle. One person's efforts or actions may go unnoticed. Collaboration amplifies impact. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Resorting to violence often indicates a fear of logical argument or persuasion. If you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. Even the smallest actions can have a significant impact. Knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Knowledge requires nurturing and continuous effort to be useful and beneficial. So, a bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. He who refuses to obey cannot command. To lead effectively, one must also know how to follow and respect authority. The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. Those who cause harm may forget their actions, but those who are harmed remember. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. And seeing is different from being told. Experiencing something firsthand is more impactful and convincing than hearing about it secondhand. One who loves you warns you. True care and concern often come with honest warnings and advice. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. There is no medicine to cure hatred. Hatred is a deep-rooted emotion that cannot be easily remedied or cured. You do not teach the paths of the forest to an old gorilla. Experienced individuals do not need to be taught what they already know well.
Here are 10 actionable Stoic-inspired strategies to free yourself from external validation and start living boldly. What if the key to a truly free and fulfilled life was just a shift in perspective? How often have you held back, sacrificed joy, or missed opportunities because you feared what they might think? That fear of judgment, that need for approval, it's like a chain keeping you stuck. Here's the truth. No one's opinion matters more than your own. This isn't just feel-good advice. It's a cornerstone of Stoicism. A philosophy that teaches freedom comes from mastering your mind and letting go of what's beyond your control, like others' fleeting opinions. If you're ready to step into your full potential, let's dive in. Your journey to freedom begins now. 1. Understand the dichotomy of control. Let me tell you a story about a friend of mine, Sarah. Sarah was always stressed about what her co-workers thought of her. If she wore a new outfit, she'd obsess over whether it was office appropriate. If she presented an idea in a meeting, she'd replay every word later, worrying if someone secretly disagreed. She spent so much energy chasing others' approval that she was constantly drained and deeply unhappy. One day, she shared her frustrations, and I asked her, "Sarah, who controls how they think about you?" She paused. "Well, they do." "Exactly," I said. "But who controls how you show up in that meeting or how you feel about that outfit?" She got it immediately. "I do." This is the dichotomy of control, a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It's simple but profound. Some things are within your control and some aren't. Your thoughts, actions, and reactions, yours to command. The opinions of others, completely outside your jurisdiction. Why waste time and energy stressing about what you can't control? Think about it. If you spend every day chasing the approval of others, you're giving away your power. It's like running on a treadmill that never stops. No matter how fast you go, you'll never get anywhere. Here's a practical step. Take out a sheet of paper and draw 2 columns. Label one "in my control" and the other "out of my control." Write down a recent situation that's stressing you out and sort the details into those columns. Then focus only on what's in the first column. When Sarah started doing this, she stopped obsessing over what others thought and started focusing on doing her best work. The result? More confidence, less stress, and, ironically, more respect from her co-workers. When you master the dichotomy of control, you reclaim your freedom. Make the choice to focus on your lane, not theirs. That's how you win. 2. Detach from external validation. Let's talk about Michael. He was a rising entrepreneur. launching a new product that had potential to change his industry. But instead of focusing on the value his product brought to the table, Michael was consumed by one thing. What would people say? He agonized over every detail, fearing criticism and rejection. When someone gave him negative feedback, it hit him like a punch to the gut. This is the trap of external validation. You hand over your emotional well-being to others, allowing their opinions to dictate your self-worth. Stoicism teaches us that real value comes from within, from living virtuously, staying true to our purpose, and aligning with our principles, not from the fleeting approval of others. Epictetus said, "If you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters." In other words, let people think what they want. Their judgment isn't a reflection of you, it's a reflection of them. Michael eventually shifted his mindset. Instead of worrying about what others thought, he focused on whether his actions aligned with his mission. Did he create the best product he could? Yes. Did he act with integrity? Absolutely. That became his benchmark for success, and it freed him to innovate without fear. Here's your action step. Identify one area in your life where you crave approval. Maybe it's at work, on social media, or in your relationships. Now ask yourself, am I doing this for me or for the applause? Then start shifting your focus inward. Celebrate progress based on your effort and alignment with your values, not the praise of others. Remember, seeking approval is like chasing the wind. You'll never catch it, and even if you do, it won't last. Focus on building a foundation that can't be shaken, your self-worth. 3. Practice negative visualization. Imagine this. You're walking into a party, excited to see friends and meet new people. But then it happens. That little voice in your head starts whispering, "What if no one likes you? What if you say something embarrassing?" Suddenly you're nervous, awkward, and totally disconnected. Sound familiar? This is where Stoic wisdom can change the game. The practice of negative visualization isn't about dwelling on worst-case scenarios. It's about imagining them so you can strip them of their power. The Stoics believed that fear of what could happen often paralyzes us more than the reality itself. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Do not be disturbed by the opinion of others, for if they are wrong, they need instruction. If they are right, you need to learn." In other words, what's the worst that could happen? Someone doesn't like your outfit. A joke doesn't land. Life goes on. Let me share a quick story. Anna was preparing for a big presentation, terrified she'd mess up and be judged. I asked her, "What's the absolute worst thing that could happen?" She laughed nervously and said, "I could forget my lines and look stupid." "Okay, then what?" I pressed. "Well, I guess I'd apologize, laugh it off, and keep going." Exactly. By walking through her fear, Anna realized it wasn't nearly as scary as she'd built it up to be. Here's your action step. Think of a situation where fear of judgment is holding you back. Imagine the worst-case scenario in detail. Then ask yourself, what's the worst thing that could realistically happen? Can I handle it? Most of the time, the answer is yes. Negative visualization turns fear into a challenge you can conquer. Face it head-on and watch your confidence soar. 4. Adopt the view from above. Picture this. You're stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Frustration builds as every minute ticks by, and you start spiraling. What will my boss think? Will this ruin my reputation? But then, imagine you're in a plane thousands of feet above, looking down at the same traffic. From that altitude, the cars are tiny dots, and the chaos you felt earlier seems insignificant. This shift in perspective is what Stoics call the view from above. By zooming out, you see how small most problems and opinions really are in the grand scheme of things. Marcus Aurelius frequently meditated on this idea, reminding himself to look at life from a higher vantage point. Consider the vastness of time and space and the smallness of our lives within it. Now, let's apply this to caring about others' opinions. Imagine you're nervous about speaking up in a meeting, fearing judgment, but from the view from above, those opinions are fleeting. A week, a month, or even a year from now, will anyone even remember what you said? Probably not. And if they do, will it really matter? Not likely. Here's a story. My client David was terrified of launching a podcast. He feared people would judge his voice, his ideas, or his credibility. I challenged him to take the view from above. Zoom out, I said. What will this mean in 10 years? If the podcast flops, what's the real impact? He laughed and admitted it wouldn't be a big deal. With that perspective, he launched, and today, his podcast is thriving. Action step. Next time you're overwhelmed by others' opinions, take a moment to meditate on the vastness of the universe. Imagine yourself as a tiny speck in an endless cosmos. Feel the weight of those judgments shrink and fade. The view from above isn't just philosophy, it's power. It reminds you to focus on what truly matters and let go of what doesn't. 5. Embrace impermanence. Let me ask you this. Do you remember the last time someone criticized you harshly? Maybe it was a snide remark from a co-worker or an offhand comment from a friend. Now, think about how much that moment consumed your mind back then. But here's the real question. Does it still matter now? Chances are it doesn't. That's because opinions, like all things, are fleeting. Stoicism teaches us to embrace impermanence, the understanding that nothing lasts forever. Marcus Aurelius captured this wisdom beautifully when he wrote, "Everything we see will quickly perish, and those who see it will perish too." This isn't meant to depress you, it's meant to free you. The judgment you fear today will fade with time, just like the countless worries you've faced before. Here's a story. Claire was a young artist who stopped sharing her work after a few harsh critiques online. She obsessed over the negative comments, letting them overshadow her love for creating. When I asked her to reflect on those comments a year later, she couldn't even remember the details. Why let something so temporary stop you from doing what you love? I asked. She realized she had given power to something that had already faded into the past. Action step. Think about a time you felt judged or criticized. How much does it matter to you today? Now remind yourself that today's challenges will fade just as quickly. Journaling on this regularly can reinforce your understanding of impermanence. When you embrace the fleeting nature of others' opinions, you stop giving them more weight than they deserve. Life is short, too short to let transient judgments hold you back. Focus on what truly matters and let the rest slip away like sand through your fingers. 6. Live according to your values. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of purpose, knowing that your actions align with who you truly are. You're not worrying about impressing others or chasing their approval because you're grounded in your own principles. That's the power of living according to your values. One of the greatest lessons Stoicism teaches is this: your values are your compass. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." In other words, don't let the noise of others' opinions distract you from living authentically. The more aligned you are with your core values, the less you'll care about what others think. Let's look at John, a corporate executive. He used to make decisions based on what would gain him praise from his peers and superiors. But deep down, he felt like a fraud because his actions didn't align with his personal beliefs about honesty and integrity. When he finally decided to prioritize his values over external validation, something amazing happened. He felt freer, more confident, and more respected, not because he chased approval, but because people could see he was genuinely himself. Action. Step. Take 10 minutes today to write down your top 3 values. Ask yourself, are my daily actions aligned with these values? If not, what changes can I make to bring my actions closer to my principles? Living according to your values isn't just empowering, it's liberating. When you know you're acting in alignment with your principles, others' opinions lose their grip on you. You're no longer swayed by the wind of approval or disapproval. Instead, you're standing firm, anchored in the foundation of who you truly are. And that, my friend, is the ultimate freedom. 7. Develop inner fortitude. Think about the strongest people you know, not physically, but emotionally and mentally. What sets them apart? It's not that they never face criticism or judgment, it's that they don't let it break them. They've developed a resilience, a kind of inner fortitude that shields them from being shaken by external opinions. Stoicism teaches us that true strength comes from within. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you cultivate discipline, focus, and mental toughness, you become unshakable. Opinions no longer control you because you've built an internal foundation that's stronger than the external noise. Let me share a story. Maria was a young athlete constantly worried about how others viewed her performance. One day her coach said, "Maria, stop playing to the crowd. Play for yourself. Focus on what you can control, your effort, your attitude, your growth." She took that advice to heart and started training harder, focusing solely on improving herself. As her inner confidence grew, her fear of judgment melted away. Eventually, she became a leader on the team, not because she chased validation, but because she embodied strength and self-discipline. Action step. Start small. Pick one daily habit that will challenge you and build your resilience. It could be waking up earlier, sticking to a fitness routine, or journaling about your emotions. Commit to it consistently, even when it's hard. As you develop inner fortitude, you'll find that external opinions matter less and less. You'll stop seeking approval and start standing firm in your own beliefs. Strength isn't something you're born with. It's something you build, one step at a time. When you master this, you'll stop worrying about what others think and start living life on your terms. 8. Practice indifference, amor fati. Imagine being so at peace with life that no amount of criticism, judgment, or negativity can shake you. This isn't some unattainable fantasy. It's the Stoic principle of indifference, or what they call amor fati, love of fate. It's the art of accepting everything that happens, including criticism, as neutral or even beneficial. The Stoics believed that events and opinions are not inherently good or bad. It's our judgment of them that creates suffering. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." When you embrace indifference, you stop letting others' opinions control your happiness. Criticism becomes just another fact of life, like rain on a cloudy day. You don't curse the rain, you simply accept it and move forward. Take James, for example. He was a writer who dreaded negative reviews. Every time someone criticized his work, he'd spiral into self-doubt. But after studying Stoicism, he started reframing criticism. Instead of seeing it as an attack, he saw it as an opportunity to improve, or simply ignored it if it wasn't constructive. By embracing amor fati, he found freedom. He wrote boldly, unapologetically, and his work flourished. Action step. Think about a recent criticism or judgment you've received. Ask yourself, is this something I can learn from? If yes, take the lesson. If no, let it go. Repeat this mantra. I am indifferent to what I cannot control. When you practice indifference, you reclaim your power. Criticism and judgment no longer define your worth. Instead, they become background noise, a natural part of life that you accept and move beyond. This mindset doesn't just make you stronger, it makes you unstoppable. Embrace amor fati and watch how your world transforms. Ein. Limit exposure to negative influences. You've heard the saying, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. The truth is, your environment plays a massive role in shaping your thoughts, emotions, and even your self-worth. If you surround yourself with overly critical, judgmental, or toxic people, it's no wonder their opinions weigh heavily on you. The Stoics were very intentional about their associations. Seneca wrote, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve." In other words, choose your circle wisely. If your life is filled with people who constantly tear you down or make you question your worth, it's time to reevaluate who deserves your energy. Consider Rachel, a talented designer who worked in a toxic office environment. Every idea she pitched was met with skepticism, and every success was downplayed. She began to internalize their negativity and doubted her abilities. When she finally left that environment and joined a supportive team, everything changed. She thrived, not because she needed approval, but because she wasn't constantly fighting against toxic energy. Action step. Audit your social circle and environment. Make a list of the people or situations that drain you emotionally or amplify your insecurities. Then, create a plan to limit your exposure to these influences. If you can't cut ties completely, set firm boundaries to protect your mental space. On the flip side, seek out people who inspire, challenge, and support you. Spend time with those who encourage growth and celebrate your authentic self. Remember, your time and energy are precious. Don't waste them on negativity. By consciously curating your environment, you'll feel lighter, more confident, and less burdened by others' opinions. That's how you take back control. 10. Reflect on mortality. Let's get real. Life is short. The Stoics were masters of embracing this truth, not as something to fear, but as a powerful motivator to focus on what truly matters. They practiced memento mori, which means, remember you will die. This isn't morbid, it's liberating. When you realize how fleeting life is, you stop wasting time on things that don't matter, like worrying about what others think. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Think about that. If this were your last day on earth, would you really care about a random person's opinion of your hairstyle, your presentation, or your social media post? Of course not. You'd focus on what truly matters, your loved ones, your purpose, and living authentically. Take Tom, for example. He spent years chasing approval in his corporate job, sacrificing his dreams of starting a business. When a health scare forced him to confront his mortality, he realized how much time he'd wasted worrying about things that didn't matter. That wake-up call changed everything. He left his job, launched his business, and never looked back. Today, he says the best decision he ever made was to stop letting fear of judgment hold him back. Action step. Write down 3 things you would do differently if you only had a year left to live. Are you holding back because you're afraid of what others might think? Start taking small steps toward those changes today. When you reflect on mortality, you gain clarity. Life is too precious and too short to be lived according to someone else's expectations. Focus on what truly matters to you and let the rest go. In the end, what will you regret more? Doing what others wanted or living the life you were meant to live? Stopping the fear of what others think isn't just about reducing stress, it's about reclaiming your life. By applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can build confidence, resilience, and inner peace to live authentically. Others' opinions are fleeting, but staying true to your values defines who you are. Which of these strategies resonated most with you? share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear them. If this video helped, hit like, subscribe for more personal growth content, and share it with someone who needs a little Stoic wisdom. Thank you for watching. Remember, you have the power to live life on your terms. Let's make it happen. See you next time.
Here are 10 powerful ways to pull yourself out of depression and start feeling alive again, backed by real examples and practical advice you can use right now. Depression can feel like a heavy fog, making it hard to see a way forward. But what if I told you that a few small changes, like taking just 5 minutes a day to focus on your breathing or stepping outside for a simple walk, could start lifting that fog? These aren't abstract ideas, they're actionable, proven strategies that have helped thousands. Here's the twist. Not all solutions are obvious. Did you know that helping someone else could help you heal faster? Or that limiting social media can do wonders for your mental clarity? These insights might challenge what you think you know about recovery. This isn't just about feeling better. It's about taking back control, one step at a time. Whether it's establishing a simple daily routine, connecting with people who care, or practicing gratitude in small ways, these strategies work together to rebuild your emotional foundation. Stay with me, because by the end of this video, you'll have practical tools and real hope to tackle depression head-on. Let's dive in. 1. Practice mindfulness daily. Mindfulness is one of the most powerful tools to combat depression, and its beauty lies in its simplicity. Depression often pulls us into the past, dwelling on regrets, mistakes, or lost opportunities, or thrusts us into the future, worrying about uncertainties. Mindfulness allows us to pause and fully experience the present moment, breaking this cycle of negativity. Take my friend Sarah, for example. She used to feel overwhelmed by her daily stress and constant thoughts about her past. Every evening, she'd find herself replaying conversations or worrying about things he couldn't control. One day, her therapist suggested mindfulness meditation. Initially skeptical, Sarah started small. She set a timer for 5 minutes and focused only on her breathing. Whenever her mind wandered, she gently brought it back. After a few weeks, Sarah noticed subtle changes. When she heard birds chirping outside, she paused to enjoy the sound instead of rushing through her morning. She started eating slower, savoring each bite of her meals rather than scrolling through her phone. Mindfulness isn't limited to meditation. It's about being present in any activity. For instance, while washing dishes, you can focus on the sensation of water on your hands or the sound of clinking plates. Similarly, during a walk, notice the colors of leaves, the texture of the ground, or the rhythm of your steps. Studies support Sarah's experience. Harvard research shows that mindfulness can significantly reduce symptoms of depression by rewiring the brain's neural pathways. You don't need to be perfect at it. The key is consistency. Even if you start with a single mindful breath, you're building a foundation to reclaim your mental peace. As Sarah often says now, mindfulness saved my mind, one moment at a time. 2. Prioritize physical activity. Physical activity is often referred to as a natural antidepressant, and for good reason. Exercise releases endorphins, which are chemicals in the brain that act as natural mood elevators. But beyond the science, real-life examples show how transformative movement can be for mental health. Take Jason, a 35-year-old graphic designer. When he was diagnosed with depression, his therapist suggested regular exercise. Jason hated gyms, so he started small, just walking around his block for 10 minutes each morning. At first, he didn't notice much change, but after a week, he realized his mornings felt a little less heavy, and he was more energized for work. Encouraged, Jason gradually increased his walks to 30 minutes. Over time, he even started jogging and later joined a local running group. The camaraderie of exercising with others added a social element that further lifted his spirits. Today, Jason credits those morning walks with kickstarting his journey out of depression. Physical activity doesn't have to mean grueling workouts or hitting the gym. It's about finding what works for you. Yoga can be a gentle way to combine movement with mindfulness. Dancing to your favorite songs in your living room can be both fun and therapeutic. Even household chores like gardening or cleaning count as physical activity. Scientific studies show that as little as 20 minutes of exercise 3 times a week can significantly reduce depressive symptoms. If motivation is an issue, consider pairing the activity with something enjoyable. For example, walk in a park while listening to an audiobook or podcast you love. The key is to start small and be consistent. Just like Jason, you might find that those initial steps, literally and figuratively, are the start of a powerful journey toward reclaiming your joy and energy. 3. Connect with trusted people. Depression often convinces us that we're alone, but reaching out to trusted people can be a lifeline. Talking about your struggles, even briefly, can make you feel less isolated and create space for support and understanding. Consider Maria, a single mother who struggled with depression after losing her job. She felt ashamed and withdrew from her friends and family, thinking they wouldn't understand. One evening, overwhelmed by her thoughts, she called her best friend, Anna. Although Maria was hesitant to share everything, she simply said, "I'm not okay." To Maria's surprise, Anna didn't judge or offer unsolicited advice. She listened. That conversation became a turning point. Anna encouraged Maria to meet up weekly, even if just for coffee or a walk. Slowly, Maria began to feel less burdened, knowing someone cared. Sometimes it's not about solving problems, but having someone hold space for your emotions. Reaching out doesn't have to be a grand gesture. A simple message like, "Can we talk? I'm having a tough time," can open doors to meaningful connections. If you don't feel comfortable talking to friends or family, consider joining support groups or connecting with a therapist. For example, John, a software engineer battling depression, found solace in an online community where members shared their struggles anonymously. Knowing he wasn't alone gave him hope and strength. Research confirms the healing power of human connection. According to studies, social support significantly reduces depressive symptoms and increases resilience. Even small interactions, a smile, a kind word, or a shared moment, can make a difference. Remember, you're not a burden. The people who care about you want to help, just as you would for them. Take the first step, like Maria did, and you might find that opening up creates the light you've been seeking in the darkness. 4. Establish a routine. Depression can disrupt daily life, making even the simplest tasks feel overwhelming. Establishing a routine provides structure and stability, giving you a sense of purpose and control when everything feels chaotic. For example, David, a college student, found himself spiraling into depression after failing a semester. His days blurred together. He'd sleep until noon, skip meals, and spend hours scrolling on his phone. His therapist suggested building a simple daily routine to regain a sense of normalcy. David started small. He committed to waking up at 7:30 a.m. each day and making his bed. These small wins gave him a sense of accomplishment. Next, he added specific times for meals, study sessions and exercise. He even set aside 15 minutes each night to reflect on his day in a journal. Initially, it was hard for David to stick to his routine. Some days, he felt too drained to complete every task. But he reminded himself that progress, not perfection, was the goal. Over time, his routine became second nature, and the predictability helped reduce his feelings of aimlessness. Routines don't have to be rigid. The key is to create a structure that feels achievable. For instance, you might start your day with 3 simple tasks. Make your bed, have a healthy breakfast, and spend 10 minutes doing something calming like reading or stretching. Even if depression makes it hard to stick to your routine every day, showing up for yourself in small ways can create momentum. Research shows that routines can improve mental health by reducing decision fatigue and fostering a sense of achievement. David often says now, "Building a routine gave me back my days and eventually my life." By starting small and being kind to yourself, you too can create a roadmap out of depression. 5. Nourish your body. What you eat directly impacts how you feel. Depression can make it tempting to reach for sugary snacks, processed foods, or skip meals altogether. But nourishing your body with the right foods can uplift your mood and provide the energy you need to combat depressive symptoms. Emma, a marketing executive, learned this firsthand. She used to rely on fast food and caffeine during her long workdays, especially when she felt low. Her meals were quick fixes, burgers, chips, and endless cups of coffee. Over time, she noticed her energy levels crashing and her mood worsening. After consulting a nutritionist, Emma made small, manageable changes to her diet. She started incorporating omega-3 rich foods like salmon and walnuts, which are proven to support brain health. She swapped sugary snacks for fresh fruits like blueberries, known for their antioxidant properties. She also added leafy greens like spinach to her meals, boosting her intake of folate, a nutrient linked to improved mood. Within a few weeks, Emma felt the difference. Her energy was more consistent throughout the day, and her depressive episodes felt less overwhelming. She wasn't perfect. There were still days when she indulged in comfort food. But her overall habits shifted toward balance and nourishment. You don't have to overhaul your diet overnight. Start with simple changes, like drinking more water, adding a handful of nuts as a snack, or having a balanced breakfast. Avoid excessive sugar and processed foods, as they can lead to mood crashes. Research backs this up. A 2019 study found that a Mediterranean-style diet, rich in vegetables, fruits, whole grains and healthy fats, can significantly reduce depression. Remember, food is fuel, not just for your body but for your mind. Like Emma, small dietary adjustments can pave the way to a healthier, happier you. 6. Engage in a creative outlet. Creativity can be a powerful escape from the grip of depression, providing a means to express emotions that might be too difficult to articulate. Engaging in a creative activity, whether it's painting, writing, crafting, or music, can help you process feelings and channel your energy into something meaningful. Consider Mark, a middle school teacher who battled depression after losing his father. Overwhelmed by grief and unable to open up to anyone, Mark felt stuck in a cycle of sadness and detachment. One evening, while rummaging through a closet, he found an old sketchbook from his college days. Hesitant but curious, he decided to start drawing again. At first, Mark's sketches were simple and unstructured, just random doodles while he listened to music. But as he kept at it, he found himself creating more elaborate drawings that reflected his emotions. A stormy sky represented his anger. a serene forest captured moments of peace. These drawings became a visual diary, helping him process his grief in a way words couldn't. Creative outlets don't have to be traditional art forms. Emily, for example, found baking therapeutic. The process of measuring ingredients, kneading dough, and watching her creations come to life gave her a sense of control and accomplishment during a particularly challenging time. Science supports this approach. Studies show that creative activities reduce stress and increase dopamine levels, which play a role in mood regulation. You don't have to be an artist or a chef. Creativity is personal and doesn't require perfection. Start with something simple. Write a poem, knit a scarf, or even color in a coloring book. Like Mark, you may find that expressing yourself creatively not only relieves depressive symptoms, but also reignites a sense of purpose and joy. 7. Practice gratitude. Depression often clouds our perspective, making it hard to see the positives in life. Practicing gratitude can help shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right, even in small ways. By acknowledging the good things, no matter how minor, you can reframe your outlook and reduce depressive symptoms. Take Lisa, a corporate lawyer who fell into depression after a stressful year at work. Her therapist suggested starting a gratitude journal. Skeptical at first, Lisa decided to give it a try. Each night before bed, she wrote down 3 things she was grateful for. The first few entries were simple. I had a good cup of coffee today, the sunset was beautiful, and I finished my work without overtime. Over time, Lisa found herself noticing more positive moments throughout the day, knowing she'd need to write about them later. This small habit shifted her mindset from focusing on her stress to appreciating life's everyday joys. Gratitude isn't just about journaling. It can be expressed in different ways. For example, John, a college student battling depression, started texting a friend or family member each day to thank them for something specific, like their support or a kind gesture. The responses he received deepened his connections and reminded him that he wasn't alone. Research supports the benefits of gratitude. Studies show that regularly practicing gratitude can increase happiness and reduce symptoms of depression by fostering a sense of appreciation and perspective. If writing or texting feels like too much, start mentally listing 3 things you're grateful for when you wake up or before you sleep. Like Lisa, you may find that even in the darkest times, gratitude is a light that can guide you toward healing. 8. Limit social media use. Social media, while a tool for connection, can often exacerbate feelings of inadequacy and loneliness, especially when you're battling depression. The curated highlight reels of others' lives can make you compare your worst moments to someone else's best, deepening the sense of despair. Emily, a 27-year-old designer, discovered this firsthand. After a breakup, she found herself scrolling endlessly through Instagram, seeing happy couples and picture-perfect vacations. It only made her feel worse. Her therapist suggested a 7-day social media detox to break the habit. Reluctantly, Emily removed social apps from her phone and replaced that time with activities like reading and journaling. By the end of the week, she felt lighter and more present in her daily life. Encouraged, she reinstalled the apps, but set boundaries. No more than 30 minutes a day, and no social media in the first hour after waking or before bed. For others, limiting social media can mean unfollowing accounts that trigger negative feelings, or using features to mute posts without unfriending people. John, a college student, replaced scrolling with a healthier habit, going for short walks or calling a friend when he felt tempted to pick up his phone. Studies confirm the negative effects of excessive social media use on mental health. A University of Pennsylvania study found that reducing social media time to 30 minutes a day significantly lowers depression and loneliness. If a complete detox feels daunting, start small. Designate tech-free hours or try apps that monitor and limit screen time. Like Emily, you might find that stepping away from the virtual world allows you to focus on the real one and on the moments that truly matter. 9. Seek professional help. Depression can feel overwhelming, and sometimes self-help strategies aren't enough. Seeking professional help is a brave and essential step toward healing. Therapists, counselors, and psychiatrists are trained to provide tools and treatments tailored to your needs, offering support that can make a significant difference. Consider Alex, a 42-year-old accountant who struggled with severe depression after losing his job. He initially resisted therapy, believing he should tough it out on his own, but as his symptoms worsened, loss of appetite, insomnia, and constant fatigue, his wife encouraged him to see a therapist. Alex began weekly sessions with a cognitive behavioral therapist who helped him identify and challenge his negative thought patterns. Through therapy, Alex realized that his self-worth wasn't tied to his career, and he developed healthier coping mechanisms. His therapist also suggested he consult a psychiatrist who prescribed medication to help stabilize his mood while he worked through his challenges. Professional help isn't one size fits all. For some, therapy alone may suffice. For others, a combination of therapy and medication might be necessary. There are also different types of therapy, such as cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, interpersonal therapy, IPT, or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, each designed to address specific aspects of depression. If cost is a concern, consider community clinics, sliding scale fees, or teletherapy options, which often cost less. Hotlines and support groups can also be valuable resources when immediate help is needed. Remember, seeking help is not a sign of weakness. It's an act of courage and self-care. Just as you'd visit a doctor for a broken bone, reaching out for mental health support is taking the first step toward recovery. Like Alex, you might find that professional guidance becomes a turning point in reclaiming your life. 10. Volunteer or help others. One of the most surprising ways to alleviate depression is to focus on helping others. Shifting attention outward creates a sense of purpose, builds connections, and often brings unexpected joy. Take Priya, a 29-year-old teacher who fell into depression after a painful breakup. She felt stuck in a cycle of self-pity and loneliness. At the suggestion of a friend, Priya began volunteering at a local animal shelter. Initially, it was just a way to fill her weekends, but as she spent time caring for abandoned animals, she noticed a change in herself. Walking dogs, cleaning kennels, and seeing animals find new homes gave Priya a sense of accomplishment. Her depression didn't disappear overnight, but the act of helping beings who needed her made her feel valuable again. Helping others doesn't always require a formal commitment. Simple acts like cooking a meal for a neighbor, mentoring someone younger, or even being a listening ear to a friend in need can have a profound impact. For instance, Raj, an engineer, started tutoring underprivileged kids in math after feeling disconnected in his life. Seeing the children succeed gave him a sense of fulfillment he hadn't felt in years. Research backs up these experiences. Studies show that acts of kindness and volunteering not only boost the well-being of the recipient, but also enhance the giver's mental health by activating the brain's reward systems. If you're unsure where to start, think about causes that resonate with you. Love animals? Volunteer at a shelter? Enjoy gardening? Join a community project? Even online opportunities like mentoring or supporting a charity can make a difference. As Priya often reflects, when I started helping others, I unknowingly helped myself. It reminded me that even in my darkness, I could be a light for someone else. Depression can feel like an insurmountable challenge, but the truth is, even the smallest steps can lead to big changes. Whether you choose to practice mindfulness, start a gratitude journal, or reconnect with loved ones, these strategies can help you reclaim your life, one day at a time. If you found these 10 powerful ways helpful, don't keep them to yourself. Share this video with someone who might need it. And if you haven't already, hit the like button to let us know this content resonated with you. Don't forget to subscribe for more actionable advice to improve your life and boost your mental well-being. I'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. What resonated with you the most? Have you tried any of these strategies, or do you have others to share? Drop your comments below and let's start a conversation. Remember, you're not alone in this. You have the strength to overcome, and every step forward matters. See you in the next video.
Here are 12 habits that will make you silently magnetic, the kind of person others are naturally drawn to without even knowing why. Imagine walking into a room and commanding attention, not because you're loud, flashy, or over the top, but because your energy speaks volumes. These habits aren't about tricks or manipulation. They're rooted in timeless wisdom, principles used by the Stoics to cultivate strength, integrity, and influence. But here's the twist. Most people think attraction is about what you say or how you look. It's not. It's about who you are when no one's watching. Mastering these habits will not only change how others see you, but also how you see yourself. By the end of this video, you'll understand why quiet confidence is more powerful than loud charisma, and how small, consistent actions can create a presence that's impossible to ignore. Ready to unlock the power of silent attraction? Let's dive in. 1. Master emotional control. Imagine this. You're sitting in a meeting at work and someone challenges your idea, rudely, even dismissively. Your pulse quickens, your face feels hot, and you're tempted to fire back. But instead, you pause, take a breath, and respond calmly, even thoughtfully. That's mastery over emotional control, and it's a skill that changes everything. The Stoics taught us that our emotions, while natural, should never control us. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world is full of provocations, some intentional, others accidental, but how we respond is entirely up to us. When you master emotional control, you become a pillar of stability in a chaotic world. People are naturally drawn to those who don't flinch in the face of adversity, who can weather storms without becoming a storm themselves. It's not about suppressing your feelings, it's about acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. Think about someone you admire for their composure. They radiate an unshakable confidence, don't they? That's because emotional control signals strength. It shows you're grounded, self-assured, and dependable. And in a world starved for stability, those qualities make you magnetic. Mastering yourself is step 1 to mastering life. 2. Listen with intent. Picture this. You're having a conversation, and the other person isn't just waiting for their turn to talk. They're truly listening, nodding, making eye contact, asking thoughtful questions. How does that make you feel? Valued, seen, understood. Now imagine being that person for someone else. The Stoics, especially Epictetus, emphasized the importance of listening. He said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening with intent is not just a skill, it's a gift. It's how you tell others, without words, that they matter. When you truly listen, people feel an unspoken connection with you. They open up, trust grows, and relationships deepen. And here's the thing, it's rare. Most people are too consumed with their own thoughts to really hear someone else. By doing the opposite, you silently set yourself apart. Start small. In your next conversation, put down your phone. Look the person in the eye. Resist the urge to interrupt. It's not just about understanding their words, it's about hearing their heart. Over time, this habit not only strengthens your relationships, but also makes you a person others naturally gravitate toward. 3. Be consistent in your values. Imagine a friend who always keeps their word. When they promise to show up, they do. When they commit to something, they follow through. Doesn't that kind of reliability make them stand out in a world where flakiness is the norm? The Stoics believe that living consistently with your values is the essence of a good life. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." In other words, integrity comes from within, not from external circumstances. It's about staying true to your principles, no matter the cost. When you're consistent in your values, people trust you. They know where you stand and what you stand for. You become a person of substance, someone who doesn't sway with the wind of public opinion or convenience. And trust, once earned, is a powerful form of silent attraction. Take stock of your values. Are you living in alignment with them? If not, adjust your actions. Consistency doesn't require perfection, it requires commitment. Over time, this habit not only builds your character, but also draws others to you in ways you can't force or fake. 4. Speak less, act more. Think about the people you admire most. Are they the ones who talk endlessly about their goals and ambitions, or are they the ones who quietly achieve them? Actions, as the saying goes, speak louder than words, and this truth is timeless. The Stoics lived by this principle. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Talking is easy, doing is hard, but it's in the doing that you earn respect and admiration. People are drawn to those who let their actions speak for themselves. Consider this. If you consistently show up for others, keep your commitments, and follow through on your promises, you won't need to tell people who you are. They'll already know. In a world of empty words, your deeds become a beacon of authenticity. Challenge yourself to say less and do more. When tempted to boast or justify, pause. Let your actions reveal your character. Over time, this silent strength not only builds your credibility, but also attracts people who value substance over style. It's not about being flashy. It's about being real, and that's magnetic. 5. Exude gratitude. Imagine you're walking down the street and a stranger holds the door open for you. Instead of rushing past, you pause, smile and say, "Thank you." That small moment of gratitude not only lifts your mood, but also leaves a positive impression on the other person. Now imagine living every day with that mindset. The Stoics emphasized gratitude as a cornerstone of a fulfilling life. Seneca wrote, "It is not happiness that makes us grateful, but gratefulness that makes us happy." Gratitude shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant, and this shift has a profound effect, not just on you, but on everyone around you. When you practice gratitude, it shows in your demeanor. You radiate warmth, appreciation, and contentment. People are naturally drawn to that energy because it feels good to be around someone who recognizes the beauty in life, even in the small things. Start by acknowledging the little blessings. Write them down, say them out loud, or simply reflect on them during quiet moments. Over time, this habit rewires your mind to see opportunities instead of obstacles. And as you exude gratitude, you'll find that others are silently drawn to your uplifting presence. 6. Maintain your composure. Picture this. You're stuck in traffic and cars are honking all around you. Some drivers are yelling out their windows while others are banging their steering wheels. But there you sit, calm, unbothered, perhaps even humming along to your favorite song. That's composure in action. The Stoics believed that composure is the hallmark of true strength. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world will test you with challenges, delays, and irritations, but your reaction is entirely within your control. When you maintain your composure, you signal to others that you're grounded and resilient. It's not about suppressing your emotions, but rather mastering them. In a world where many people are quick to anger or panic, your calmness becomes a rare and attractive quality. Practice composure in small moments, a rude comment, a delayed appointment, or a minor setback. Each time you remain steady, you're building the muscle of self-control. Over time, this quiet strength will not only improve your life, but also draw others who admire your unshakable demeanor. 7. Develop deep self-awareness. Think back to a time when you overreacted. Maybe you snapped at someone, only to realize later that it wasn't really about them, but about something you were struggling with internally. That realization is self-awareness, and it's a skill that transforms how you interact with the world. The Stoics urged self-awareness as a lifelong practice. Epictetus said, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Understanding your thoughts, emotions, and triggers allows you to navigate life with clarity and purpose. Without this awareness, you're at the mercy of your impulses. When you develop deep self-awareness, you exude a quiet confidence. You understand your strengths and weaknesses, and you don't need external validation to feel secure. This authenticity is magnetic because it shows you're comfortable in your own skin. Cultivate self-awareness by reflecting daily, through journaling, meditation, or simply asking yourself, why did I react that way? Over time, this habit will help you grow emotionally and mentally. And as you deepen your understanding of yourself, you'll notice that others are naturally drawn to your genuine and grounded presence. 8. Live with purpose. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of direction. Your actions feel meaningful, and your time is spent on what truly matters. Now contrast that with drifting aimlessly, letting distractions dictate your days. The difference? Purpose. The Stoics placed immense value on living with intention. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People who labor all their lives but have no purpose to direct every thought and impulse are wasting their time, even when hard at work." Purpose is the anchor that keeps you steady amidst life's chaos. When you live with purpose, it shows. People notice your focus, your drive, and your ability to prioritize what's meaningful over what's trivial. This quiet determination is irresistibly attractive because it's rare in a world filled with distractions. To cultivate purpose, reflect on your values and long-term goals. Ask yourself, what do I want my life to stand for? Then align your actions with your answers. Living with purpose not only enriches your life, but also inspires others to find and follow their own path. 9. Respect everyone. Expect nothing. Picture this. You hold the door open for someone, and they walk through without even a glance of acknowledgement. Most people would feel slighted, but what if you didn't? What if your act of kindness wasn't dependent on their response? That's true respect. Epictetus advised, "Do not expect events to turn out the way you want, but welcome events in whichever way they happen." When you respect others without demanding anything in return, you demonstrate strength of character. Respect given freely, without expectation, comes from a place of abundance. This habit is magnetic because it's so uncommon. Most people operate on a give-and-take basis. By breaking that pattern, you stand out as someone who values others for who they are, not for what they can do for you. Start by practicing small acts of kindness without seeking recognition. Smile at a stranger, lend a hand, or offer a kind word. Over time, you'll notice that this quiet respect not only makes others feel valued, but also makes you someone they respect in return. 10. Focus on your growth. Imagine watching someone dedicate themselves to learning a new skill, improving their health, or overcoming a personal challenge. It's inspiring, isn't it? Growth is contagious. It motivates others and makes them want to be around you. The Stoics believed in constant self-improvement. Seneca said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Growth isn't about perfection, it's about progress. When you focus on bettering yourself, you silently communicate that you value your potential. Personal growth also creates a sense of quiet confidence. You don't need to brag about your achievements because they're evident in how you carry yourself. People are naturally drawn to someone who is on a journey of self-betterment. Identify one area of your life you'd like to improve: your health, your skills, or your mindset. Commit to small, consistent steps. As you grow, you'll not only enhance your own life, but also inspire and attract others who recognize and admire your dedication. 11. Hold strong boundaries. Picture someone who always says yes to every request, even when it's inconvenient or goes against their priorities. Over time, they become overwhelmed and resentful. Now imagine someone who can say no with kindness but firmness. Which one do you respect more? The Stoics understood the value of boundaries. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Boundaries are not walls, they're guidelines that protect your time, energy, and values. When you set and enforce them, you show others that you respect yourself. Holding strong boundaries makes you magnetic because it communicates self-worth. People are drawn to those who know their limits and prioritize what truly matters. It's not about being rigid, it's about being intentional. Practice saying no when something doesn't align with your priorities. Do it respectfully but confidently. Over time, you'll notice that others respect you more and you'll have more energy to invest in what's truly important. 12. Radiate calm confidence. Think of someone who enters a room without rushing, without fidgeting, and without needing to be the center of attention. They're not loud, but their presence is felt. That's calm confidence, and it's one of the most attractive qualities you can cultivate. The Stoics believed that true confidence comes from within. Epictetus taught, "He who is not a slave to external circumstances is truly free." When your sense of self isn't dependent on others' opinions or external achievements, you exude an unshakable calm. This kind of confidence isn't about arrogance or bravado. It's about being secure in who you are. People are drawn to this because it creates a sense of safety and trust. To radiate calm confidence, start by grounding yourself in your values and achievements. Practice mindfulness to stay present and composed. Over time, this inner strength will become a natural part of how you carry yourself. And as you move through life with quiet assurance, you'll notice others are drawn to your presence without you needing to say a word. Mastering these 12 habits isn't just about attracting others, it's about becoming the best version of yourself. As the Stoics teach, true power lies within, and when you cultivate these habits, you radiate strength, authenticity, and calm confidence. People can't help but be drawn to that. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which habit resonated with you the most? Do you already practice some of these, or is there one you're excited to start working on? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every single one and would love to hear your perspective. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people who can benefit from this wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe for more videos that unlock ancient wisdom for modern life. Share this video with someone who might need a little inspiration today. Thank you for watching, and remember, greatness is built in silence, one habit at a time. See you in the next video.
Have you ever wondered why some people consistently drain your energy, disrupt your peace, or let you down when you need them most? In the journey of life, the company you keep profoundly impacts your mental and emotional well-being. Drawing on the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, this guide will help you recognize and distance yourself from unreliable personalities that can sabotage your happiness and personal growth. Stoicism, an ancient philosophy, offers practical insights into cultivating resilience, maintaining inner peace, and building meaningful relationships. By understanding the traits of unreliable individuals, such as narcissists, gossipers, provocateurs, and others, you can make informed decisions about who to trust and who to keep at arm's length. Each type of personality we'll explore poses unique challenges, but by applying Stoic principles, you can navigate these relationships with wisdom and clarity. Number 1, narcissists. Narcissists are individuals who are excessively self-centered, prioritizing their own needs and desires above those of others. They often have an inflated sense of their own importance and a deep need for admiration. From a Stoic viewpoint, narcissists are unreliable because they lack empathy and consideration for others. Their self-absorption means they are often unable or unwilling to recognize or address the needs and feelings of those around them. This makes forming a genuine, supportive relationship with them difficult, if not impossible. Imagine you have a friend who always dominates conversations, steering every topic back to their achievements or problems. When you share a personal issue, they might offer a quick, superficial response before shifting the focus back to themselves. If you rely on them for emotional support, you're likely to be disappointed, as their concern rarely extends beyond their own interests. In a professional setting, a narcissistic colleague might take credit for your ideas, leaving you feeling undervalued and resentful. Their need for admiration can lead to unethical behavior, such as manipulating situations to ensure they are always in the spotlight, regardless of the impact on others. To protect your well-being, Stoicism advises maintaining a healthy distance from such individuals. Recognize their behavior for what it is and manage your expectations accordingly. Seek relationships where mutual respect and empathy are present, allowing for a more balanced and supportive connection. 2, gossipers. Gossipers spread secrets and information about others without discretion, creating an environment of distrust and instability. Stoicism values discretion and integrity, qualities that gossipers lack. This makes them unreliable companions who can cause harm through their loose talk. Consider a colleague who's always eager to share the latest office rumors. You might initially find their stories entertaining, but soon you realize that nothing you say to them remains private. If they share someone else's secrets with you, it's only a matter of time before your own confidences become public knowledge. This constant breach of trust can lead to a toxic environment where people are always wary of being the next subject of gossip. From a Stoic perspective, it's important to associate with individuals who uphold the values of trust and integrity. To protect your peace of mind, avoid sharing personal details with gossipers and seek out friends who respect confidentiality and promote positive, meaningful conversations. 3, provocateurs. Provocateurs consistently provoke irritation through subtle provocations, disrupting peace and harmony. Their behavior contradicts the Stoic principle of maintaining tranquility and equanimity. Imagine a friend who enjoys making snide remarks about your choices, whether it's the clothes you wear or the hobbies you enjoy. Their comments are often disguised as jokes, making it hard to address them directly. Over time, these provocations chip away at your self-esteem and create a constant state of tension. Stoicism teaches us to maintain inner calm and not be swayed by external irritations. Dealing with provocateurs requires setting clear boundaries and not letting their behavior disturb your peace. Surround yourself with people who support and uplift you, fostering an environment of mutual respect. 4. Indecisive individuals. Indecisive individuals constantly waver in their decision-making, leading to unpredictability and instability. Stoicism values clear and rational decision-making, which indecisive people lack, making them unreliable. Picture a friend who can never decide on plans. One moment they agree to go out, the next they change their mind, leaving you in a state of limbo. Their inability to commit causes frustration and hinders your ability to make firm plans. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of making decisions based on reason and clarity. To avoid the chaos that indecisiveness brings, seek relationships with individuals who are decisive and consistent, ensuring a stable and reliable social circle. 5. Two-faced people. Two-faced people appear friendly but spread rumors behind your back, betraying trust and loyalty. This behavior makes them unreliable and harmful. Imagine a co-worker who is always friendly to your face but constantly criticizes you to others. You might find out through a mutual friend or a slip of the tongue, leaving you feeling betrayed and hurt. Their duplicity creates a hostile environment where trust is undermined. Stoicism values honesty and integrity. To protect yourself, it's crucial to recognize and distance yourself from two-faced individuals. Build relationships with people who are genuine and trustworthy, fostering a supportive and honest network. 6. Overly curious people. Overly curious people have an insatiable curiosity, often driven by envy, intruding on your privacy and disrupting your peace. Their behavior can lead to unnecessary stress and discomfort. Imagine a neighbor who always asks intrusive questions about your personal life. They might seem friendly, but their relentless curiosity makes you feel exposed and uncomfortable. Over time, you realize their interest is driven by envy, and their constant probing starts to feel invasive. Stoicism teaches contentment and minding one's own business. To maintain your peace, limit your interactions with overly curious individuals and set boundaries to protect your privacy. Surround yourself with people who respect your space and promote a sense of calm. 7. Universal friends. Universal friends seek approval and popularity, often lacking genuine loyalty and commitment. Their need to please everyone makes them unreliable. Think of a friend who is friendly with everyone, but never truly there for anyone. They might be popular and well-liked, but when you need support, they are nowhere to be found. Their superficial relationships offer little in terms of genuine connection and support. Stoicism values deep, meaningful relationships over superficial connections. To ensure reliability in your social circle, cultivate friendships with individuals who are committed and loyal, providing a solid foundation for mutual support and understanding. 8. Perpetual critics. Perpetual critics habitually criticize others, undermining self-esteem and fostering negativity. Their constant criticism suggests a lack of virtue and can be draining. Imagine a family member who always finds something just to to criticize them about you, whether it's your career choices or your lifestyle. Their relentless negativity wears you down as it makes you question your decisions. Stoicism encourages constructive feedback and personal growth, not constant criticism. To foster a positive and uplifting environment, distance yourself from perpetual critics and surround yourself with supportive individuals who encourage your growth and well-being. Now, saying constant problem makers. Constant problem makers are always embroiled in conflicts and dramas, often due to self-sabotage. Their behavior disrupts harmony and creates unnecessary stress. Imagine a friend who's always involved in some drama, whether it's a feud with a co-worker or a crisis in their personal life. Their problems inevitably spill over into your life, causing additional stress and tension. Stoicism teaches resilience and focusing on what can be controlled. To avoid unnecessary drama, seek relationships with individuals who promote peace and stability, allowing you to maintain a balanced and stress-free life. 10 fake listeners. Fake listeners pretend to listen but are not genuinely engaged in conversations. This lack of empathy and respect makes them unreliable. Consider a friend who nods along while you speak but never remembers anything you've said. Their inattentiveness makes you feel unimportant and unheard, undermining the foundation of your relationship. Stoicism values genuine connection and understanding. To foster meaningful relationships, engage with people who truly listen and show empathy, ensuring mutual respect and trust. 11. Manipulative individuals. Manipulative individuals use deceit and emotional manipulation to achieve their goals, undermining trust and stability in relationships. Their actions can lead to a toxic environment where genuine communication and mutual respect are eroded. Imagine a partner who manipulates situations to their advantage, making you feel guilty for things that are not your fault. Their constant manipulation creates a power imbalance and leaves you feeling trapped and powerless. Stoicism advises caution with such individuals to maintain personal integrity and peace. Recognize manipulative behavior and distance yourself from it, seeking relationships based on honesty and mutual respect. 12 chronic complainers. Chronic complainers consistently focus on the negative and blame external circumstances for their issues. Their perpetual negativity can drain emotional energy and foster a pessimistic outlook. Imagine a colleague who always complains about work, the weather, and everything in between. Their negativity is infectious, making the work environment gloomy and demotivating. Stoicism teaches the value of resilience and focusing on what can be controlled. To maintain a positive outlook, distance yourself from chronic complainers and surround yourself with individuals who take responsibility for their actions and strive for positive change. In conclusion, in our journey through life, the people we surround ourselves with play a crucial role in shaping our experiences and emotions. Recognizing and distancing ourselves from unreliable personalities is not just an exercise in self-preservation. It's a step toward a more fulfilling and harmonious existence. By applying the wisdom of Stoicism, we can cultivate relationships that nurture our well-being and foster an environment of mutual respect and genuine support. Imagine a life where your interactions are filled with trust, understanding, and positivity. Picture yourself thriving in a community that encourages your growth and stands by you through thick and thin. This is not just an idealistic dream. It's an achievable reality when you consciously choose to distance yourself from those who drain your energy and disrupt your peace. As you move forward, carry with you the insights and lessons from Stoicism. Embrace the power of discernment in your relationships, cherishing those who uplift you and gently letting go of those who bring you down. In doing so, you honor your own worth and pave the way for deeper, more meaningful connections. Remember, the quality of your relationships directly impacts your happiness and overall life satisfaction. By making thoughtful choices about the company you keep, you create a sanctuary of stability and joy. A true reflection of your inner strength and resilience. Here's to building a life filled with trust, harmony, and unwavering support. One wise choice at a time. Have you ever felt like an afterthought in someone's life, despite your best efforts to be a priority? It's a frustrating experience to pour your heart into relationships, only to find that your presence is undervalued. Whether it's with friends, family, or a partner, being overlooked can leave you feeling disheartened and questioning your self-worth. But what if there were strategies to change this dynamic, ensuring that you become a top priority in the lives of those you care about? In this guide, we will explore 18 powerful psychological strategies, enhanced with vivid examples and anecdotes, to help you transform your relationships and make others appreciate your true value. From cultivating mystery to showing empathy, each step is designed to elevate your significance in the eyes of others, ultimately leading to more fulfilling and balanced connections. Let's dive into these transformative techniques and revolutionize the way you're perceived and prioritized by those around you. A T1. Be positive and optimistic. Maintaining a positive attitude can have a profound impact on how others perceive you. Imagine being around someone who always sees the silver lining in every situation. Their optimism can be infectious, making you feel more hopeful and enthusiastic about life. For instance, consider Jane, who always had a smile on her face and a kind word to say. Even during stressful times at work, she remained upbeat, encouraging her colleagues and helping them see the brighter side of things. Her positive energy made her a magnet for others, who sought her company for a boost of morale. By being a source of optimism, you not only improve your own outlook, but also become a person others want to be around, making you a priority in their lives. 2. Allow them to invest in you. Letting others invest time and effort in you creates a sense of commitment and value. Think of how a gardener feels about the plants they've nurtured from seeds. The more they care for them, the more attached they become. Similarly, when people invest their time, energy, or resources into you, they begin to see you as a significant part of their lives. For example, if a friend consistently helps you with a project or spends time teaching you a new skill, they're more likely to value your relationship deeply. This investment builds a stronger bond and ensures you hold a priority position in their lives. 3. Maintain some mystery. Keeping an air of mystery can be incredibly captivating. People are naturally drawn to the unknown, much like a moth to a flame. Consider the allure of a good mystery novel that keeps you turning pages late into the night. In relationships, revealing everything about yourself too quickly can diminish the excitement. Instead, drop hints about your interests and leave some stories for later. For example, if you're passionate about a unique hobby like underwater photography, mention your latest dive, but save the details for another conversation. This approach keeps others intrigued and eager to learn more about you, ensuring you remain a priority in their thoughts. 4. Encourage their growth. Supporting someone's personal and professional growth can solidify your importance in their life. Think of a mentor who not only teaches but also inspires their mentee to reach new heights. For instance, if your partner's aiming for a promotion at work, help them prepare for their interviews, celebrate their small victories, and offer constructive feedback. When you show genuine interest in their progress and encourage their aspirations, you demonstrate that you care deeply about their future. This kind of support fosters a strong emotional connection, making you an invaluable part of their life and someone they prioritize. 5. Stop initiating communication all the time. Taking a step back from always being the one to initiate communication can shift the dynamics in your favor. When you're always the first to call or text, it can create an imbalance where the other person may start taking you for granted. Consider Sarah, who decided to stop texting her friend first for a week. Initially, she feared the silence, but soon her friend reached out, realizing how much they missed their conversations. By allowing others the space to initiate contact, you create a sense of mutual effort and appreciation. This not only balances the relationship, but also makes you a priority in their life, as they actively seek your presence. 6. Express appreciation and gratitude. Regularly expressing appreciation and gratitude can significantly strengthen relationships. Imagine the joy of receiving a heartfelt thank you note from a friend for simply being there. This small act of recognition can make you feel valued and cherished. For instance, if your colleague stays late to help you with a project, take a moment to express your gratitude sincerely. Tell them how much their support means to you and how it made a difference. Such gestures of appreciation build positive feelings and reinforce the bond between you, ensuring that you become someone they hold in high regard and prioritize in their life. 7. Respect their boundaries. Understanding and respecting personal boundaries is crucial in any relationship. Imagine a neighbor who constantly drops by unannounced versus one who respects your space and checks if it's a good time before visiting. The latter is more likely to be appreciated and valued. For example, if a friend seems overwhelmed with their workload, give them space instead of insisting on plans. Let them know you understand and are there for them when they're ready. This respect for their boundaries shows maturity and consideration, fostering a deeper trust. As a result, they will prioritize your relationship, knowing that you value their personal space and needs. 8. Create the fear of losing you. Creating the fear of losing you can make others realize your value. It's a powerful psychological technique, but it must be used wisely. Consider John, who felt taken for granted by his friends. He decided to become less available, focusing on his own hobbies and spending time with new people. His friends soon noticed his absence and began to reach out more, realizing how much they missed his presence. By stepping back slightly and investing time elsewhere, you can create a sense of urgency and appreciation. This technique, when balanced well, ensures that others recognize your importance and prioritize you in their lives. 9. Be a good listener. Being an attentive listener can significantly enhance your relationships. Imagine sharing a personal story with someone who listens intently, asks thoughtful questions, and offers empathetic responses. This kind of interaction makes you feel heard and valued. For instance, if a friend is going through a tough time, give them your full attention. Put away distractions, listen to their concerns, and acknowledge their feelings. Your genuine interest and understanding can make a profound impact. By being a good listener, you demonstrate that you value their experiences and emotions, which in turn makes you a priority in their life as they seek your supportive presence. 10. Avoid being always available. Being too available can sometimes lead to being taken for granted. Think of a restaurant that's always open versus one with limited exclusive hours. The latter often feels more special and valued. For example, if you're always ready to drop everything for a friend, they might start expecting it rather than appreciating it. Instead, balance your availability. Let them know you have other commitments and interests. This not only shows that you value your time, but also makes them value the moments you do spend together. By not always being available, you enhance the quality of your interactions and ensure you're seen as a priority, not just a convenience. 11. Develop shared interests. Engaging in activities or hobbies that both you and the other person enjoy can significantly strengthen your bond. Imagine two friends who bond over their love for hiking. They plan trips together, share experiences, and create lasting memories on the trails. These shared interests deepen their connection and ensure they prioritize spending time together. For example, if your partner loves cooking, take a cooking class together. This shared activity not only brings you closer, but also creates opportunities for quality time. Developing shared interests fosters a sense of camaraderie and mutual enjoyment, making you an integral part of their life. 12. Show consistency. Being dependable and consistent in your actions builds trust and reinforces your importance in someone's life. Think of a colleague who is always on time, meets deadlines, and follows through on commitments. Their reliability makes them invaluable to the team. For example, if you promise to help a friend move, ensure you show up as agreed. Consistency in your behavior shows that you are trustworthy and dependable. This reliability strengthens your relationships, making others more likely to prioritize you because they know they can count on you in both good times and bad. 13. Prioritize your needs. Focusing on your own needs ensures that you don't settle for less than you deserve. Think of someone who always puts others first, often feeling drained and unappreciated. By prioritizing your own needs, you set a standard for how you expect to be treated. For example, if you know someone won't respect your time, limit your interactions with them. Surround yourself with people who see you as a priority. This self-respect not only enhances your well-being, but also signals to others that you value yourself. In turn, they are more likely to treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 14. Create your own happiness. Being self-sufficient and not depending on others for happiness can make you more attractive and balanced. Consider someone who pursues their passions, enjoys their own company, and finds joy in their achievements. Their independence and contentment make them appealing to others. For instance, if you love painting, dedicate time to your art and let it be a source of happiness. When you create your own happiness, you appear more balanced and self-assured. This not only enhances your overall well-being, but also makes you more attractive to others who see you as someone who doesn't rely on them for fulfillment. 15. Show empathy and compassion. Being empathetic and compassionate towards others' struggles and emotions fosters deep connections. Imagine a friend who always understands and supports you during tough times. Their empathy makes you feel valued and loved. For example, if a colleague is going through a rough patch, offer a listening ear and comforting words. Show that you understand their feelings and are there for them. This kind of emotional support builds strong, lasting bonds. By being empathetic and compassionate, you become someone others turn to in times of need, making you a priority in their lives as they appreciate your genuine care and understanding. 16. Don't make them the center of your life. Maintaining a distance and not making someone the center of your life can increase your value. Think of someone who's always available and revolves their life around others. They might be appreciated, but not necessarily prioritized. For example, if you have a friend who often takes your availability for granted, start focusing on your own activities and interests. This creates a healthy balance and makes them realize your value. People are often attracted to things they can't have easily. By not making them the center of your life, you increase your allure and importance in their eyes. 17. Be willing to walk away. Being willing to walk away from someone who doesn't treat you well demonstrates self-respect and determination. Imagine a scenario where you're in a relationship that doesn't fulfill you, but you stay out of fear of being alone. By showing that you're not afraid to walk away, you send a powerful message that you value yourself and won't settle for less. For example, if a friend constantly disrespects your boundaries, let them know you're willing to end the friendship if things don't change. This stance often makes people reconsider their behavior. Knowing you're willing to walk away ensures that others treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 18. Be supportive and understanding. Showing genuine interest in others' concerns and offering support during difficult times can make you indispensable. Think of a friend who always listens without judgment and offers helpful advice. Their support is invaluable. For example, if your partner is stressed about work, take the time to listen and provide comfort without immediately jumping to solutions. This understanding approach shows that you care deeply about their well-being. Being supportive and understanding strengthens your relationships and makes others prioritize you, as they see you as a reliable source of comfort and support during challenging times. In conclusion, becoming a priority in someone's life is not about manipulation or changing who you are, but about understanding the dynamics of relationships and enhancing your interactions. By implementing these 18 powerful psychological strategies, you can shift the balance and ensure that you are valued and appreciated. Whether it's maintaining a positive outlook, allowing others to invest in you, or showing empathy and understanding, each technique contributes to building stronger, more meaningful connections. Remember, the key is to prioritize yourself first. When you respect and value your own needs, others will naturally follow suit. By fostering mutual respect, appreciation, and understanding, you create a foundation for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. These strategies are not just about being seen as a priority, but about cultivating genuine connections where both parties feel valued and important. As you incorporate these steps into your daily life, you will notice a transformation in how others perceive and prioritize you. Embrace these changes with confidence and watch as your relationships flourish, bringing you the recognition and respect you truly deserve. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore more of our content to continue your journey towards stronger, more rewarding relationships. In the pursuit of personal growth, we often focus on adding new habits and skills, but eliminating elements that no longer serve us is equally important. This video explores 20 suggestions for things to quietly eliminate from your life to enable significant personal growth. These suggestions encompass various areas, from maintaining discretion in personal matters to shifting focus inward, promoting positivity, and embracing change. Throughout this video, we will delve into each suggestion, exploring their importance and offering practical strategies for implementation. We will examine how maintaining privacy, shifting focus inward, pursuing authentic growth, promoting positivity, and embracing change can lead to a more purposeful and fulfilling life. The journey of personal growth is ongoing and requires continuous self-reflection and improvement. By quietly eliminating what no longer serves us, we create space to pursue our highest potential and live an authentic life. In the following sections, we will explore each suggestion in greater depth, providing insights and practical advice for those embarking on their own journey of personal transformation. Maintaining discretion and privacy. 1. Don't feel the need to explain yourself to those who hurt you. One of the most liberating things you can do for your personal growth is to stop feeling the need to explain yourself to those who have hurt you. When we experience pain or mistreatment from others, it's natural to want to seek justification or closure. However, engaging in this pursuit can often lead to further frustration and emotional turmoil. The power of calm, dignified disengagement cannot be overstated. By choosing to move on without seeking explanations or apologies, you reclaim your energy and focus, redirecting it towards your own healing and growth. This doesn't mean that you ignore or suppress your feelings. Rather, it means processing them internally and with trusted support systems, rather than exposing yourself to further hurt. Learning to let go of the need for external validation or understanding is a crucial step in developing emotional resilience and self-assurance. It allows you to prioritize your own well-being and make decisions based on your values and goals, rather than being swayed by the opinions or actions of others. 2. Don't share intimate details about the end of friendships or relationships. In the age of social media and oversharing, it can be tempting to broadcast the details of our personal lives, especially when it comes to the end of significant friendships or relationships. However, maintaining privacy and discretion during these times is essential for our emotional well-being and personal growth. The value of private reflection and introspection cannot be underestimated. When we process the end of a relationship privately, we give ourselves the space to feel our emotions fully, without the added pressure of external opinions or judgments. This allows us to gain clarity, learn from the experience, and move forward with greater self-awareness and wisdom. Moreover, sharing intimate details about the end of a relationship can often lead to further complications and emotional entanglements. It can create a cycle of gossip, speculation, and take sides, which can be damaging to all parties involved. By choosing to keep these matters private, you demonstrate respect for yourself and others and create a safe space for healing and growth. 3. Control displays of anger and frustration in front of others. Anger and frustration are natural human emotions, but when expressed in uncontrolled ways, they can have serious consequences for our personal and professional relationships. Learning to manage these emotions and control our displays of anger in front of others is a crucial aspect of personal growth and emotional intelligence. The impact of emotional outbursts on our relationships cannot be overstated. When we lash out at others or express our frustration in aggressive ways, we risk damaging trust, respect, and rapport. This can lead to a breakdown in communication, collaboration, and even opportunities for growth and advancement. Instead of allowing anger to control our actions, it's important to develop strategies for redirecting that emotional energy in more productive ways. This might involve taking a few deep breaths, stepping away from the situation to regain composure, or finding healthy outlets for expressing our feelings, such as exercise, journaling, or creative pursuits. By learning to control our displays of anger and frustration, we demonstrate emotional maturity, professionalism, and the ability to handle challenging situations with grace and diplomacy. This not only benefits our relationships, but also our own mental and emotional well-being. 4. Avoid sharing negative judgments about others. In our daily interactions, it can be all too easy to slip into the habit of sharing negative judgments about others. Whether it's gossiping about a coworker, criticizing a friend's choices, or making snide comments about a public figure, these negative judgments can have a detrimental impact on our personal growth and relationships. The importance of diplomacy and tact in social interactions cannot be overstated. When we express negative opinions about others, we risk creating an atmosphere of hostility, mistrust, and division. This can lead to damaged relationships, lost opportunities, and a general sense of negativity that permeates our lives. On the other hand, when we choose to rise above negativity and maintain a positive outlook, we create a more supportive and uplifting environment for ourselves and those around us. This doesn't mean that we ignore or condone bad behavior, but rather that we approach these situations with empathy, understanding, and a focus on finding solutions rather than placing blame. By avoiding the sharing of negative judgments, we also demonstrate integrity, compassion, and the ability to see beyond surface-level impressions. This can lead to deeper, more meaningful relationships, as well as greater opportunities for personal and professional growth. In summary, maintaining discretion and privacy in our personal lives, controlling displays of anger and frustration, and avoiding negative judgments about others are all crucial aspects of personal growth and emotional well-being. By implementing these suggestions, we create a foundation of trust, respect, and positivity that allows us to thrive in all areas of our lives. Be shifting focus inward. 5. Stop constantly comparing yourself to others. One of the most significant barriers to personal growth and self-acceptance is the habit of constantly comparing ourselves to others. In our modern society, where social media and advertising bombard us with idealized images of success, beauty, and happiness, it's easy to fall into the trap of measuring our worth against external standards. The dangers of comparison are well documented. When we focus on how we stack up against others, we often neglect our own unique strengths, talents, and values. This can lead to feelings of inadequacy, low self-esteem, and even depression. Moreover, comparing ourselves to others is often an unfair and unrealistic practice, as we rarely have a complete picture of someone else's life or struggles. To overcome this habit, it's crucial to shift our focus inward and prioritize our own journey and growth. This means setting goals and standards that are authentic to our own desires and values, rather than based on the expectations or achievements of others. It means celebrating our own progress and accomplishments, no matter how small, and practicing self-compassion when we face setbacks or challenges. By learning to focus on our own path, we cultivate a sense of intrinsic motivation and purpose. We become more attuned to our own needs, desires, and passions, and less swayed by external validation or approval. This, in turn, leads to greater self-awareness, resilience, and the ability to navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. 6. Limit time on social media. In today's digital age, social media has become an integral part of our daily lives. While these platforms can provide valuable opportunities for connection, learning, and self-expression, excessive use can also have negative effects on our mental health and personal growth. One of the main dangers of social media is its tendency to promote unrealistic comparisons and idealized versions of reality. When we spend too much time scrolling through curated feeds of perfect bodies, lavish lifestyles, and seemingly effortless success, we can easily fall into the trap of feeling inadequate or dissatisfied with our own lives. Moreover, excessive social media use can lead to a host of other mental health concerns, such as anxiety, depression, and addiction. It can also interfere with our ability to be present and engaged in our real-life relationships and experiences, leading to a sense of disconnection and isolation. To mitigate these negative effects, it's important to develop strategies for using social media purposefully and mindfully. This might involve setting clear boundaries around when and how often we check our feeds, unfollowing accounts that consistently trigger negative emotions, and being intentional about the content we consume and share. By limiting our time on social media and using it in a way that supports our values and goals, we create space for more authentic self-expression, connection, and personal growth. We become less reliant on external validation and more attuned to our own inner wisdom and sense of purpose. 7. Let go of the constant pursuit of external approval. From a young age, many of us are conditioned to seek external approval and validation as a measure of our worth and success. Whether it's striving for good grades, seeking praise from our parents or teachers, or trying to fit in with our peers, the pursuit of external approval can become a driving force in our lives. While recognition and support from others can be valuable and affirming, an over-reliance on external validation can also be detrimental to our personal growth and well-being. When we constantly seek approval from others, we risk losing touch with our own authentic desires, values, and sense of self. We may make choices based on what we think will please others, rather than what truly aligns with our own goals and passions. Moreover, the constant pursuit of external approval can lead to a sense of insecurity and instability, as our self-worth becomes contingent on the opinions and reactions of others. This can create a vicious cycle of people-pleasing, self-doubt and fear of failure, which ultimately hinders our ability to grow and thrive. To break free from this pattern, it's essential to cultivate a strong sense of inner validation and self-acceptance. This means learning to trust our own instincts, values, and decisions, even if they don't always align with the expectations or approval of others. It means practicing self-compassion and self-love, and recognizing that our worth is inherent and unconditional, not dependent on external achievements or accolades. By letting go of the constant pursuit of external approval, we create space for a more authentic and fulfilling life. We become more confident in our own choices and more resilient in the face of challenges or criticism. We learn to value our own growth and well-being above the opinions of others, and to trust in the unique path that aligns with our deepest desires and values. 8. Release unrealistic expectations of perfection for yourself and others. Perfectionism is a common trap that many of us fall into, often without realizing it. Whether it's striving for flawless performance at work, maintaining an immaculate home, or expecting ourselves and others to always say and do the right thing, the pursuit of perfection can be a heavy burden to bear. The dangers of perfectionism are well documented. When we set unrealistically high standards for ourselves and others, we create a breeding ground for stress, anxiety, and feelings of inadequacy. We may become paralyzed by the fear of making mistakes or falling short, leading to procrastination, avoidance, and missed opportunities for growth and learning. Moreover, perfectionism can strain our relationships and lead to a lack of empathy and understanding for others. When we expect perfection from those around us, we risk creating an atmosphere of judgment, criticism, and resentment, rather than one of support, collaboration, and growth. To overcome the pitfalls of perfectionism, it's important to reframe our expectations and focus on progress rather than perfection. This means setting achievable goals that challenge us to grow and improve, while also allowing room for mistakes, setbacks, and learning. It means celebrating our efforts and accomplishments, no matter how small, and practicing self-compassion when we inevitably fall short of our ideals. By releasing unrealistic expectations of perfection, we create a more nurturing and supportive environment for ourselves and others. We learn to embrace the beauty and growth that come from imperfection, and to approach challenges with curiosity, resilience, and a willingness to learn. We become more accepting of ourselves and others, and more attuned to the process of growth and development, rather than fixating on a narrow definition of success. In summary, shifting our focus inward by stopping constant comparisons, limiting social media use, letting go of the pursuit of external approval, and releasing unrealistic expectations of perfection are all crucial aspects of personal growth and well-being. By implementing these suggestions, we create a foundation of self-awareness, self-acceptance, and inner strength that allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and fulfillment. See pursuing personal growth authentically. 9. Abandon unnecessary goals that don't align with your true path. In the pursuit of personal growth, it's easy to become sidetracked by goals and aspirations that don't truly align with our authentic selves. These may be goals that we've inherited from our families, society, or cultural expectations, rather than those that stem from our own deep desires and values. For example, someone may feel pressured to pursue a high-paying career in a field they don't genuinely enjoy, simply because it's what their parents or peers expect of them. Or someone may set a goal to achieve a certain body, type, or lifestyle, based on images they see in the media rather than what feels healthy and authentic to them. The importance of identifying and pursuing our authentic passions cannot be overstated. When we set goals that are truly aligned with our values, strengths, and desires, we tap into a deep well of motivation, resilience, and fulfillment. We're more likely to persevere in the face of challenges and to find joy and meaning in the process of growth and achievement. To identify our authentic goals, it's important to cultivate a practice of self-reflection and introspection. This might involve journaling, meditation, or simply taking time to sit with ourselves and ask deep questions about what we truly want and value. It may also involve seeking out new experiences and perspectives that challenge our assumptions and broaden our horizons. As we gain clarity on our authentic path, it's equally important to proceed with discretion and avoid the influence of others' expectations. This means learning to trust our own instincts and judgments, even if they don't align with the conventional wisdom or advice of others. It means being willing to take risks, to chart our own course, and to let go of goals or pursuits that no longer serve our deepest desires and values. For instance, someone may decide to leave a lucrative but unfulfilling career to pursue a passion for teaching or social work, even if it means taking a pay cut or facing disapproval from family or friends. Or someone may choose to prioritize their mental health and well-being over achieving a certain level of success or status, recognizing that true fulfillment comes from within. By abandoning unnecessary goals and aligning ourselves with our authentic path, we create a foundation for deep, lasting personal growth. We become more resilient, adaptable, and capable of navigating life's challenges with grace and purpose. We find greater meaning, satisfaction, and joy in our pursuits, and inspire others to do the same. 10. Procrastination and avoidance. Procrastination and avoidance are common obstacles to personal growth and success. When we consistently put off important tasks, decisions, or conversations, we create a cycle of stress, guilt, and missed opportunities that can hold us back from reaching our full potential. The negative impact of procrastination can manifest in many areas of our lives. For example, a student who consistently procrastinates on studying or completing assignments may struggle to keep up with coursework, leading to lower grades and increased anxiety. An entrepreneur who avoids making important decisions or taking calculated risks may miss out on opportunities for growth and innovation. A couple who puts off having difficult conversations about their relationship may allow resentment and disconnection to fester, eroding the foundation of their partnership. To overcome procrastination and avoidance, it's important to develop strategies for recognizing and managing these tendencies. This might involve breaking down large tasks into smaller, more manageable steps, setting clear deadlines and accountability measures, or seeking support and encouragement from others. For instance, someone who struggles with procrastination on a large project at work might create a detailed timeline with specific milestones and check-ins, and enlist the help of a colleague or mentor to hold them accountable. Or someone who tends to avoid difficult conversations with loved ones might practice assertive communication techniques, such as using I statements and active listening, to build confidence and reduce anxiety around these interactions. It's also crucial to recognize that procrastination and avoidance often stem from deeper emotions, such as fear of failure, perfectionism, or low self-worth. By exploring and addressing these underlying issues, we can develop greater self-awareness and resilience in the face of challenges. For example, someone who procrastinates on pursuing a new career path out of fear of failure might work with a therapist or coach to build self-confidence and reframe their relationship with risk and uncertainty. Or someone who avoids setting boundaries with others out of a desire to please or avoid conflict might practice self-compassion and assertiveness, recognizing that their needs and well-being are valid and important. Ultimately, overcoming procrastination and avoidance requires a commitment to taking action, even in the face of discomfort or uncertainty. By developing strategies for managing these tendencies and building self-awareness and resilience, we create a foundation for lasting personal growth and success. 11. Unhealthy habits and self-sabotage. Unhealthy habits and self-sabotaging behaviors can be significant barriers to personal growth and well-being. These patterns can take many forms, such as poor sleep habits, unhealthy eating, negative self-talk, or engaging in activities that undermine our goals and values. For example, someone may turn to alcohol or drugs to cope with stress or anxiety, rather than developing healthy coping mechanisms such as exercise, meditation, or therapy. Or someone may repeatedly enter into toxic relationships or work environments, despite recognizing the negative impact on their mental and emotional well-being. The first step in overcoming unhealthy habits and self-sabotage is to identify the specific patterns and behaviors that are holding us back. This requires a willingness to be honest with ourselves, to look closely at our thoughts, emotions, and actions, and to recognize the ways in which we may be undermining our own growth and happiness. For instance, someone who struggles with negative self-talk might start by simply noticing the specific thoughts and beliefs that arise in challenging situations, such as, "I'm not good enough," or "I'll never be able to do this." By bringing awareness to these patterns, we create space for change and growth. The next step is to replace unhealthy habits with nourishing alternatives. This might involve developing a consistent sleep routine, finding healthy ways to manage stress and emotions, or seeking out supportive relationships and environments that align with our values and goals. For example, someone who tends to cope with anxiety by overeating might explore alternative coping strategies, such as deep breathing exercises, journaling, or talking with a trusted friend or therapist. Or someone who struggles with procrastination might experiment with time management techniques, such as the Pomodoro method or time blocking, to create structure and accountability in their daily routine. It's important to approach this process with compassion and patience, recognizing that changing deep-seated habits and patterns takes time and practice. It's also helpful to enlist the support of others, whether that's a therapist, coach, or trusted friend or family member, to provide encouragement, accountability, and guidance along the way. Ultimately, overcoming unhealthy habits and self-sabotage requires a commitment to self-awareness, self-care, and personal growth. By identifying the specific patterns that hold us back, replacing them with nourishing alternatives, and seeking out support and resources, we create a foundation for lasting change and transformation. 12. The need to always be right. The need to always be right is a common trap that can hinder personal growth and damage relationships. When we become overly attached to our own opinions, beliefs, and ways of doing things, we risk closing ourselves off to new perspectives, ideas, and opportunities for learning and connection. This pattern can manifest in many ways, such as arguing with others, even when it's not necessary or productive, refusing to admit when we're wrong or have made a mistake, or dismissing or invalidating the experiences and viewpoints of others. The value of humility and open-mindedness in personal growth cannot be overstated. When we cultivate a willingness to listen, learn, and consider other perspectives, we expand our own understanding of the world and ourselves. We become more adaptable, resilient, and capable of navigating complex challenges and relationships. To develop greater humility and open-mindedness, it's important to practice active listening and empathy. This means setting aside our own agendas and opinions temporarily and focusing on understanding and validating the experiences and perspectives of others. It means asking questions, seeking clarification, and being willing to change our minds or admit when we're wrong. For example, in a disagreement with a colleague or family member, instead of immediately defending our own position or trying to prove the other person wrong, we might ask open-ended questions to better understand their perspective, such as, "Can you tell me more about why you feel that way?" Or, "What experiences have led you to that conclusion?" By creating space for dialogue and understanding, we open up possibilities for growth, connection, and collaboration. It's also helpful to cultivate a growth mindset, recognizing that our own knowledge and understanding is always evolving and incomplete. This means embracing challenges, setbacks, and feedback as opportunities for learning and development, rather than threats to our ego or self-image. For instance, if we receive criticism or negative feedback on a project or idea, instead of becoming defensive or dismissive, we might approach it with curiosity and openness, asking ourselves questions like, "What can I learn from this perspective?" Or, "How can I use this feedback to improve and grow?" By reframing challenges as opportunities, we develop greater resilience, adaptability, and self-awareness. Ultimately, letting go of the need to always be right requires a deep commitment to personal growth and self-reflection. It means cultivating humility, empathy, and open-mindedness, and recognizing that our own perspectives and experiences are just one part of a vast and complex world. By embracing this mindset, we open ourselves up to new possibilities for learning, connection, and transformation, both within ourselves and in our relationships with others. Promoting positivity in thought and speech. 13. Maintain privacy and discretion about relationship details. Relationships, whether romantic, familial, or platonic, are an essential part of our lives and can greatly impact our personal growth and well-being. However, when relationships end or go through difficult times, it can be tempting to share intimate details with others as a way of processing emotions or seeking support. While it's important to have trusted confidence and support systems, maintaining privacy and discretion about relationship details is crucial for several reasons. First, sharing intimate information about a relationship can breach trust and respect for the other person involved. even if the relationship has ended. It can also create awkwardness or discomfort for those who hear about the private details, and may lead to gossip or judgment that can further complicate the situation. Moreover, processing relationship endings or challenges publicly can sometimes hinder our own healing and growth. When we focus on gaining validation or sympathy from others, we may neglect the important inner work of self-reflection, learning and moving forward. We may also become stuck in a narrative of victimhood or blame, rather than taking responsibility for our own role in the relationship and its challenges. Instead, it's important to find healthy, private ways to process relationship endings and challenges. This might involve journaling, meditation, or speaking with a trusted therapist or counselor who can provide a safe, confidential space for exploration and healing. It might also involve setting clear boundaries with others about what we are and are not willing to share, and communicating our needs for support and privacy directly and respectfully. For example, if a friend or family member asks for details about a recent breakup, we might respond with something like, "I appreciate your concern, but I'm not comfortable sharing private details about my relationship. What I really need right now is your support and understanding as I work through this challenging time." By setting clear boundaries and communicating our needs, we create a foundation for healthy, respectful relationships with others and with ourselves. 14. Don't participate in gossip and negativity. Gossip and negativity are all too common in many social and professional circles and can have a corrosive effect on our personal growth and well-being. When we engage in gossip or negative talk about others, we contribute to a culture of judgment, mistrust, and disconnection that can hinder our own growth and success. The negative impact of gossip can be far-reaching. It can damage reputations, relationships, and opportunities, and create a toxic environment that breeds fear, resentment, and hostility. It can also reinforce negative stereotypes and prejudices and contribute to a culture of exclusion and discrimination. Moreover, participating in gossip and negativity can have a detrimental effect on our own mental and emotional well-being. When we focus on the faults and shortcomings of others, we neglect our own self-reflection and growth. We may become trapped in a cycle of judgment and criticism that leaves us feeling isolated, anxious, and unfulfilled. To avoid participating in gossip and negativity, it's important to cultivate a mindset of empathy, compassion, and positivity. This means looking for the best in others, even when they may be struggling or making mistakes. It means seeking to understand and support rather than judge and criticize. And it means modeling kindness, respect, and integrity in our own words and actions, even when it may be difficult or unpopular. For example, if we hear colleagues or friends engaging in negative gossip about someone else, we might gently redirect the conversation by saying something like, "I don't feel comfortable talking about someone who isn't here to defend themselves. Let's focus on the positive things we appreciate about each other and our work together." By setting a tone of empathy and respect, we create a ripple effect of positivity that can transform our relationships and communities. It's also important to be mindful of our own tendencies towards negativity and judgment, and to actively work to shift our mindset and behavior. This might involve practicing gratitude, self-compassion, and forgiveness, and surrounding ourselves with positive, supportive people who uplift and inspire us. Ultimately, avoiding gossip and negativity is about choosing to be a force for good in the world and recognizing that our words and actions have the power to heal or harm. By cultivating empathy, compassion, and positivity, we not only enhance our own personal growth and well-being, but also contribute to a more loving, connected, and thriving world. 15. Clutter and excess possessions. In our modern consumer culture, it's easy to accumulate clutter and excess possessions that can weigh us down both physically and emotionally. From overflowing closets and garages to crowded bookshelves and kitchen counters, the stuff we own can often take up valuable space in our lives and minds, hindering our ability to focus on what truly matters. The psychological benefits of simplifying our living spaces are well documented. Studies have shown that a decluttered environment can reduce stress and anxiety, improve focus and productivity, and even boost creativity and self-esteem. When we let go of the things that no longer serve us, we create space for new opportunities, experiences, and growth. Moreover, the process of decluttering itself can be a powerful tool for self-reflection and personal development. As we sort through our possessions, we're forced to confront our own values, priorities, and emotional attachments. We may discover that we've been holding on to things out of fear, guilt, or a sense of scarcity, rather than true necessity or joy. By letting go of these emotional and physical burdens, we free ourselves to live more authentically and abundantly. To begin the process of decluttering, it's helpful to start small and focus on one area or category at a time. This might involve tackling a single drawer, closet, or room, and sorting items into piles of keep, donate, and discard. As we make decisions about what to let go of, it's important to be honest with ourselves about what truly brings us value and aligns with our goals and values. For example, we might ask ourselves questions like, when was the last time I used this item? Or, does this possession bring me joy or serve a necessary purpose in my life? By focusing on the things that truly matter to us, we create a living space that reflects our authentic selves and supports our personal growth and well-being. It's also helpful to develop systems and habits that prevent clutter from accumulating in the first place. This might involve implementing a one-in, one-out rule for new purchases, or regularly reassessing and purging our possessions to keep our spaces streamlined and intentional. Ultimately, decluttering our living spaces is about more than just tidying up our physical environment. It's about creating a foundation for a more purposeful, joyful, and fulfilling life, free from the distractions and burdens of excess. By letting go of the things that no longer serve us, we open ourselves up to new possibilities for growth, connection, and abundance. 16. Toxic relationships and one-sided friendships. Relationships are an essential part of our lives, providing us with support, connection, and opportunities for growth and learning. However, not all relationships are created equal, and some can be toxic or one-sided, draining our energy and hindering our personal development. Toxic relationships can take many forms, from overt abuse and manipulation to more subtle patterns of negativity, criticism, or disrespect. These relationships often leave us feeling depleted, anxious, and unsupported, and can even lead to physical and mental health problems over time. Similarly, one-sided friendships can be emotionally draining and unfulfilling as we pour our time, energy, and resources into a relationship that doesn't reciprocate or value our needs and boundaries. These imbalanced dynamics can leave us feeling resentful, unappreciated, and disconnected from our own desires and goals. To cultivate healthy, supportive relationships that uplift and inspire us, it's important to be discerning about the people we allow into our lives. This means surrounding ourselves with individuals who share our values, respect our boundaries, and contribute positively to our growth and well-being. It's also crucial to learn how to set and maintain healthy boundaries in our relationships, even with those closest to us. This might involve communicating our needs and expectations clearly and directly, and being willing to say no to requests or behaviors that don't align with our values or well-being. For example, if a friend consistently cancels plans at the last minute or fails to show up for us in times of need, we might have a conversation about how their behavior is impacting us and what we need from the relationship moving forward. If the friend is unwilling or unable to make changes, it may be necessary to reevaluate the relationship and prioritize our own self-care and growth. In some cases, it may be necessary to distance ourselves from toxic or one-sided relationships altogether in order to create space for healthier, more reciprocal connections. This can be a difficult and painful process, but it's an essential part of personal growth and self-respect. Ultimately, cultivating healthy, supportive relationships is about honoring ourselves and our own needs, while also being open to genuine connection and growth with others. By surrounding ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us, setting clear boundaries and being willing to let go of relationships that no longer serve us, we create a foundation for lasting personal and interpersonal fulfillment. Embracing change and personal evolution. 17. Living in the past or worrying about the future. One of the greatest obstacles to personal growth and well-being is the tendency to live in the past or worry about the future, rather than being fully present in the moment. When we dwell on past regrets, mistakes, or traumas, we can become stuck in a cycle of shame, guilt, and self-doubt that prevents us from moving forward and embracing new opportunities. Similarly, when we constantly worry about future uncertainties or potential failures, we can become paralyzed by fear and anxiety, unable to take the risks and actions necessary for growth and success. The practice of mindfulness and present moment awareness is a powerful tool for overcoming these tendencies and cultivating a greater sense of peace, clarity, and purpose. By learning to focus our attention on the present moment, we can develop a deeper appreciation for the beauty and richness of life and a greater capacity for joy, gratitude, and connection. One key strategy for cultivating mindfulness is to develop a regular meditation or mindfulness practice. This might involve setting aside a few minutes each day to sit quietly and focus on the breath, or simply bringing a greater sense of awareness and presence to everyday activities like eating, walking, or conversations with others. Another important aspect of living in the present is learning to reframe our relationship with the past and future. While it's important to learn from our past experiences and plan for the future, we can do so in a way that is grounded in the present moment and aligned with our values and goals. For example, instead of dwelling on past mistakes or failures, we can choose to focus on the lessons and growth opportunities they provided and use them as a springboard for positive change in the present. Similarly, instead of worrying about future uncertainties, we can choose to focus on the actions and choices we can make in the present to create the future we desire. Ultimately, embracing the present moment is about cultivating a sense of trust and surrender, recognizing that life is always unfolding in ways that are beyond our control, but that we always have the power to choose our response and attitude in each moment. By practicing mindfulness and present moment awareness, we open ourselves up to the fullness and richness of life and develop a greater capacity for resilience, adaptability, and growth in the face of change and uncertainty. 18. Neglecting self-care and personal boundaries. In the pursuit of personal and professional success, it's easy to fall into the trap of neglecting our own self-care and personal boundaries. We may push ourselves to work longer hours, take on more responsibilities, or say yes to every request or invitation, all in the name of achievement and progress. However, Over time, this constant striving and self-neglect can take a serious toll on our physical, mental, and emotional well-being, leading to burnout, stress, and even illness. To cultivate sustainable personal growth and success, it's essential to prioritize self-care and establish healthy personal boundaries. This means taking intentional time and space for activities that recharge and nourish us, such as exercise, hobbies, social connection, and rest. It also means learning to say no to requests or commitments that don't align with our values, goals, or capacity, and setting clear limits around our time, energy, and resources. One key strategy for prioritizing self-care is to schedule it into our daily or weekly routines, just as we would any other important meeting or appointment. This might involve blocking out time for a morning yoga practice, an evening walk in nature, or a weekly coffee date with a close friend. By treating self-care as a non-negotiable priority, we send a clear message to ourselves and others that our well-being matters and deserves attention and investment. Another important aspect of self-care is learning to listen to and honor our own needs and desires, even when they may conflict with the expectations or demands of others. This might involve setting boundaries around our work hours, declining social invitations that don't feel fulfilling, or communicating our needs and preferences clearly and assertively in relationships. For example, if we find ourselves consistently working late nights or weekends to meet deadlines or impress a boss, we might have a conversation with our supervisor about our workload and schedule, and propose alternative solutions that allow for better work-life balance. Or, if we find ourselves frequently saying yes to social commitments out of a sense of obligation or fear of disappointing others, we might practice saying no more often and focus on cultivating relationships and activities that truly nourish and inspire us. Ultimately, prioritizing self-care and personal boundaries is about recognizing that our own well-being is the foundation for all other aspects of our lives, and that we cannot truly thrive or contribute to the world if we're running on empty. By making intentional choices to nourish and protect our physical, mental, and emotional health, we create a solid foundation for lasting personal growth, fulfillment, and success. 19. The pursuit of perfection. The pursuit of perfection is a common trap that can hinder personal growth and well-being. When we set unrealistic standards for ourselves or others, we create a constant sense of pressure and inadequacy that can lead to anxiety, procrastination, and even depression. We may become so focused on achieving a narrow ideal of success or beauty that we lose sight of the deeper values and experiences that give life meaning and joy. However, the truth is that perfection is an illusion, and that the beauty and growth of life often lie in the imperfections and challenges we face along the way. When we learn to embrace our own humanness and the messiness of the journey, we open ourselves up to a greater sense of self-acceptance, resilience, and creativity. One key strategy for overcoming perfectionism is to reframe our relationship with mistakes and failures. Instead of seeing them as evidence of our inadequacy or unworthiness, we can choose to view them as valuable opportunities for learning, growth, and innovation. We can cultivate a growth mindset that values effort, experimentation, and feedback, rather than a fixed mindset that sees our abilities and outcomes as predetermined or immutable. For example, if we receive critical feedback on a project or performance, instead of becoming defensive or discouraged, we can choose to approach the feedback with curiosity and openness, asking ourselves what we can learn from the experience and how we can use it to improve and evolve. Or if we encounter a setback or failure in pursuit of a goal, we can choose to reframe it as a temporary obstacle or redirection rather than a permanent defeat, and look for ways to adapt and persevere. Another important aspect of embracing imperfection is learning to celebrate the journey and process of growth, rather than just the end result or achievement. This means taking time to acknowledge and appreciate the small wins, insights and joys along the way, and cultivating a sense of gratitude and presence in each moment. For example, if we are working towards a long-term fitness goal, instead of becoming fixated on the final outcome or number on the scale, we can choose to focus on the daily practices and experiences that make us feel strong, healthy, and alive, such as the endorphin rush after a great workout, the satisfaction of fueling our bodies with nourishing foods, or the camaraderie of a supportive fitness community. Ultimately, embracing imperfection is about recognizing that true growth and fulfillment come from the willingness to show up fully and authentically in each moment, with all of our flaws, struggles, and possibilities. By letting go of the impossible pursuit of perfection, we create space for a more rich, dynamic, and meaningful experience of life and self. 20. Fear of change and the unknown. Change and uncertainty are inevitable parts of life, but for many of us, they can also be sources of great fear and anxiety. We may cling to familiar routines, relationships, or beliefs, even when they no longer serve us, out of a desire for stability and control. We may avoid taking risks or trying new things out of a fear of failure, rejection, or the unknown. However, the truth is that change and uncertainty are also the very conditions that enable growth, creativity, and transformation. When we learn to embrace the discomfort and possibility of the unknown, we open ourselves up to new experiences, perspectives, and opportunities that can enrich and expand our lives in ways we never could have imagined. One key strategy for overcoming fear of change is to cultivate a mindset of curiosity and exploration. Instead of seeing change as a threat or disruption, we can choose to approach it with a sense of openness and wonder, asking ourselves what we can learn and discover from the experience. We can practice reframing uncertainty as an invitation to grow and evolve, rather than a reason to retreat or resist. For example, if we are considering a career change or relocation, instead of becoming paralyzed by the potential risks and unknowns, we can choose to focus on the potential benefits and opportunities, such as the chance to develop new skills, meet new people, or explore new places and cultures. We can do research, seek out mentors or advisors, and take small, calculated steps to test the waters and build our confidence and resilience. Another important aspect of embracing change is learning to trust in our own abilities and resources to adapt and thrive in new situations. This means cultivating a sense of self-efficacy and self-compassion, recognizing that we have the strength, wisdom, and creativity to navigate challenges and setbacks, and that failure or struggle are not reflections of our worth or potential. For example, if we are facing a major life transition, such as a divorce, illness, or job loss, instead of becoming overwhelmed by fear and self-doubt, we can choose to focus on our inner resources and support systems, such as our resilience, adaptability, and relationships with loved ones. We can seek out counseling, coaching, or other forms of guidance and support, and take proactive steps to care for our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Ultimately, embracing change and the unknown is about cultivating a sense of trust and faith in the unfolding of life, recognizing that even the most difficult and uncertain times can be opportunities for growth, healing, and transformation. By learning to lean into the discomfort and possibility of change, we develop the courage, flexibility, and wisdom to navigate the ever-changing landscape of our lives with grace, purpose, and joy. In this video, we explored 20 suggestions for things to eliminate from your life to enable personal growth and well-being. These suggestions include maintaining discretion, shifting focus inward, pursuing authentic growth, promoting positivity, and embracing change. True growth often requires letting go of things that no longer serve us, such as unhealthy habits, toxic relationships, limiting beliefs, or outdated ways of being. By creating space, we open ourselves up to new possibilities and experiences. Personal growth is a lifelong journey of self-discovery and evolution, requiring patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and change. The goal is not perfection, but cultivating authenticity, purpose, and connection in each moment. As we embark on this journey, remember that we are not alone. Resources, support, and inspiration are available through therapy, coaching, spiritual practice, creative expression, and the guidance of trusted friends and mentors. Let us begin this journey with excitement, knowing that by eliminating what holds us back, we create space for a life of greater meaning and joy. Embrace the present moment and trust in your unique path of growth and transformation. Remember, you always have the power to choose love, curiosity, and self-compassion, creating a life that reflects your deepest desires and values. A thought-provoking quote reads, "What surprises me most about humankind is that we get bored of our childhood, rush to grow up, and long to be children again. That we lose our health to make money, and then lose money to restore our health. That by thinking anxiously about the future, we forget the present, such that we live in neither the present nor the future. That we live as if we were never going to die, and die as though we've never lived." This quote encapsulates the contradictions and paradoxes inherent in the human experience. While there is no definitive evidence who originated this quote, its message resonates deeply with many because it underscores common struggles and inconsistencies in our lives. The quote addresses several key themes: nostalgia for childhood, prioritizing wealth over health, failing to live in the present, avoiding the reality of mortality, and not fully embracing life. The quote illustrates how we often find ourselves torn between the desire for growth and the longing for the simplicity of childhood. It also highlights our tendency to prioritize financial success over well-being, only to later regret this choice. Additionally, it emphasizes how worrying about the future can prevent us from engaging with the present, and how ignoring our mortality affects how we live. By reflecting on these themes, the quote invites us to examine our lives and choices, encouraging us to align our actions with our deepest values and aspirations. It serves as a reminder to maintain a balanced perspective on life's priorities, stay present, and embrace our finite existence. Ultimately, it encourages us to live more intentionally, aiming for a sense of fulfillment and purpose. In the following sections, we will explore each theme in greater detail, uncovering insights and lessons about the human condition. This deeper examination aims to help us understand ourselves and our world better, and to find ways to live more authentically and meaningfully. 2. Nostalgia for childhood. A striking paradox in the quote is our tendency to rush through childhood, eager to grow up, only to later long for the simplicity and joy of youth. This sentiment is widely relatable, as many adults look back on their childhood with nostalgia, yearning to recapture its carefree spirit. In modern societies, the rush to adulthood is common, driven by values placed on independence, responsibility, and achievement. Children and adolescents often feel pressured to grow up quickly, taking on adult roles and responsibilities and leaving behind the perceived limitations of childhood. Adulthood is seen as a time of greater freedom and opportunity, enticing the young to embrace its challenges and rewards. However, adulthood often reveals itself to be more complex and demanding than anticipated. Many adults feel burdened by work, family, and financial responsibilities, experiencing a sense of loss or disconnection from childhood's simple joys. This longing for the freedom, creativity, and wonder of youth reflects a deep nostalgia for a time when life seemed less complicated and more full of possibilities. This paradox emphasizes the importance of cherishing childhood qualities throughout our lives. While personal growth and development are necessary, we should not lose touch with the playfulness, curiosity, and openness of childhood. By maintaining these qualities, we can infuse our adult lives with joy, creativity, and resilience, balancing responsibilities with simple pleasures and wonders. Nostalgia for childhood, as expressed in the quote, reminds us to nurture a childlike spirit. It encourages us to embrace the present, find joy in simple things, and approach life with curiosity and wonder. By doing so, we create a balanced and fulfilling existence, honoring adulthood's wisdom while cherishing childhood's magic and possibility. 3. Prioritizing wealth over health. Another significant theme in the quote is the tendency for individuals to prioritize wealth and financial success over their physical and mental well-being. The passage suggests that we often lose our health to make money, only to later find ourselves forced to lose money to restore our health. This observation highlights a pervasive and troubling trend in modern society, where the pursuit of material wealth and professional achievement often comes at the expense of personal health and happiness. In today's fast-paced, competitive world, many people feel intense pressure to succeed financially and climb the professional ladder. This pressure can lead individuals to work long hours, take on high levels of stress, and neglect their physical and emotional needs. They may sacrifice sleep, exercise, healthy eating habits, and time with loved ones to devote themselves more fully to their work and financial goals. However, this single-minded focus on wealth and success can ultimately backfire, leading to various health problems that undermine personal well-being and professional effectiveness. Chronic stress, exhaustion, and burnout can severely affect the body and mind, resulting in anxiety, depression, heart disease, and chronic pain. Some individuals may find themselves spending their hard-earned money on medical treatments and interventions to restore the health and vitality they sacrificed in the pursuit of wealth. This ironic cycle underscores the importance of maintaining a balanced and holistic approach to life, prioritizing health and well-being alongside professional and financial success. While striving for achievement and security is natural and important, we must be careful not to lose sight of the fundamental importance of taking care of ourselves and nurturing our physical, emotional, and mental health. Making self-care a priority and seeking a healthy balance between work and rest can reduce our risk of burnout and illness. This balance cultivates the resilience and vitality needed to thrive both personally and professionally. It may involve setting boundaries around work hours, making time for exercise and relaxation, seeking support from friends and family, and learning to manage stress healthily and productively. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that true wealth and success are about more than just financial gain or professional achievement. They are about creating a life of meaning, purpose, and fulfillment, one that allows us to thrive both internally and externally. By prioritizing our health and well-being, we can build the foundation for a rich and rewarding existence, enabling us to enjoy the fruits of our labor and live life to the fullest. 4. Failing to live in the present. The quote also addresses the human tendency to become preoccupied with anxious thoughts about the future, causing us to forget the present and live neither in the present nor the future. This highlights a common struggle faced by many in today's fast-paced, uncertain world, where the pressure to plan, prepare, and anticipate future challenges often overshadows the importance of living fully in the present moment. In our efforts to secure a better future for ourselves and our loved ones, we may find ourselves constantly thinking ahead, worrying about potential problems or obstacles, and trying to control or predict outcomes that are ultimately beyond our control. This future-oriented mindset can lead to chronic stress, anxiety, and a sense of disconnection from the present moment as we become more focused on what might happen than on what is actually happening around us. The problem with this approach is that it can prevent us from fully engaging with and appreciating the richness and beauty of the present moment. When we are constantly worrying about the future, we may miss out on opportunities for joy, connection, and growth that are available to us right now. We may fail to notice the small pleasures and wonders of daily life, or to give our full attention and presence to the people and experiences that matter most to us. Moreover, living in a state of anxious anticipation can undermine our ability to create a fulfilling future for ourselves. By failing to engage with the present moment, we may miss out on valuable opportunities for learning, growth, and development that could help us build the skills, relationships, and resources needed to thrive in the future. We may also become so paralyzed by fear and uncertainty that we fail to take the necessary risks and actions to pursue our goals and dreams. The solution to this challenge is to cultivate a greater sense of mindfulness and presence in our daily lives. This means learning to notice and appreciate the richness and complexity of the present moment without judgment or distraction. It means developing the ability to observe our thoughts and feelings without getting caught up in them, and to respond to challenges and opportunities with clarity, creativity, and compassion. By practicing mindfulness and presence, we can reduce our stress and anxiety and develop a greater sense of resilience and adaptability in the face of change and uncertainty. We can also cultivate deeper and more meaningful connections with others as we learn to listen, communicate, and relate with greater empathy and understanding. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come from living fully and authentically in the present moment, while also working towards a meaningful and purposeful future. By finding a healthy balance between planning and preparation and staying grounded in the here and now, we can create a life that is rich, rewarding, and truly worth living. 5. Failing to confront mortality. One of the most profound and unsettling observations in the quote is the idea that we often live as if we were never going to die, only to find ourselves dying as though we've never lived. This stark contrast highlights a fundamental paradox of the human experience, rooted in our deep-seated fear and avoidance of death, and our reluctance to confront the finite nature of our existence. In many ways, the human tendency to avoid thinking about death is understandable and even adaptive. The awareness of our mortality can be a source of great anxiety, uncertainty, and existential dread, potentially paralyzing us from living fully and freely in the present moment. By pushing thoughts of death out of our conscious awareness, we may feel more able to focus on daily tasks and challenges, maintaining a sense of normalcy and stability in the face of an unknowable future. However, as the quote suggests, avoiding death can profoundly and negatively affect how we live our lives. When we fail to confront our mortality, we may become complacent, detached, or even reckless in our attitudes and behaviors. We may take our lives and relationships for granted, assuming we will always have more time to pursue our goals, express our feelings, or make amends for our mistakes. We may also become more focused on superficial or materialistic pursuits rather than cultivating deeper sources of meaning, purpose, and connection. Moreover, when we live in denial of our mortality, we may find ourselves woefully unprepared for the inevitable challenges and losses that come with aging, illness, and death. We may struggle to find comfort, support, or meaning in the face of these profound existential crises and feel a deep sense of regret or despair over the choices and priorities that defined our lives. The solution to this challenge is not to become morbidly preoccupied with death, but rather to cultivate a healthy and realistic attitude towards our mortality. This means acknowledging the finite nature of our existence and using this awareness as motivation and inspiration to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the present moment. It means cherishing our relationships, pursuing our passions, and making a positive difference in the world, understanding that our time on this earth is limited and precious. By confronting our mortality, we can also develop greater empathy, compassion, and understanding for the struggles and suffering of others. We can recognize the universal nature of death and loss and offer support, comfort, and connection to those grieving or facing the end of life. We can also advocate for greater social and cultural awareness of death and dying and more compassionate and holistic approaches to end-of-life care. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that the key to a fulfilling and meaningful life is not to avoid or deny death, but to embrace it as a natural and inevitable part of the human experience. By living with the awareness of our mortality, we can cultivate greater presence, purpose, and compassion in our lives and create a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our brief time on this earth. 6. Not truly living. The final theme addressed in the quote is the idea that by failing to confront death and embrace life fully, we may reach the end of our lives only to realize that we have never truly lived. This observation serves as a powerful and poignant reminder of the importance of living authentically, purposefully, and with intention, rather than simply going through the motions or pursuing superficial goals and distractions. When we fail to confront our mortality and grapple with the deeper questions and challenges of existence, we may live a life disconnected from our true values, passions, and potential. We might settle for comfort, convenience, or conformity instead of taking risks, pursuing our dreams, or standing up for our beliefs. This often leads to a focus on external markers of success, such as wealth, status, or approval, rather than cultivating inner sources of meaning, fulfillment, and joy. Moreover, when we fail to embrace life fully and engage with the world around us, we may miss out on countless opportunities for growth, connection, and transformation. We might not develop our talents and skills, form deep and meaningful relationships, or make a positive difference in others' lives. Consequently, we may become more isolated, anxious, or depressed, struggling to find purpose or belonging in an increasingly complex and uncertain world. This disconnection often results in regret, emptiness, or despair, especially as we approach the end of our lives. We might look back on our choices and priorities with sadness, frustration, or anger, knowing we squandered precious time and energy on pursuits that brought little joy or fulfillment. We may also feel a deep longing for the life we could have lived had we been more courageous, authentic, and intentional in our choices and actions. The solution to this challenge is to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly with all its joys, sorrows, and uncertainties. This means taking risks, pursuing our passions, and living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations. It involves cultivating meaningful relationships, contributing to our communities, and making a positive difference in the world around us. It also means learning to accept and even embrace life's impermanence and unpredictability, recognizing that each moment is a precious gift and an opportunity for growth and transformation. By living fully and authentically, we can create a life that is rich, rewarding, and truly worth living. We can develop a sense of purpose, meaning, and fulfillment that sustains us through even the darkest and most challenging times, and allows us to face the end of life with peace, gratitude, and acceptance. Additionally, we can inspire and empower others to live more fully and authentically, creating a ripple effect of positive change and transformation in the world around us. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that the key to a well-lived life is not to avoid death or cling to superficial success markers, but rather to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly, with all its joys, sorrows, and mysteries. By doing so, we can create a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our brief time on this earth and inspires others to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in turn. 7. Conclusion. The profound quote offers a compelling and thought-provoking reflection on the paradoxes and challenges of the human experience. Through its exploration of themes such as nostalgia for childhood, prioritizing wealth over health, failing to live in the present, failing to confront mortality, and not truly living, the quote invites us to examine our own lives and choices, and to consider how we might live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the face of life's many uncertainties and challenges. Throughout this essay, we've explored each of these themes in depth, highlighting the ways in which they reflect common struggles and experiences faced by many individuals in today's fast-paced, complex world. We have seen how the pressures of adulthood can lead us to feel disconnected from the simple joys and wonders of childhood, how the pursuit of wealth and success can often come at the expense of our physical and mental well-being, and how our preoccupation with the future can prevent us from fully engaging with the present moment. We have also examined the profound and often paralyzing impact of our fear and avoidance of death, and how this can lead us to live in ways that are disconnected from our true values, passions, and potential. Furthermore, we have seen how the failure to embrace life fully and authentically can leave us with a sense of regret, emptiness, and despair, particularly as we approach the end of our lives. In light of these challenges, the quote offers us a powerful reminder of the importance of living with greater mindfulness, intentionality, and purpose. It encourages us to cultivate a balanced and holistic approach to life, one that prioritizes our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being alongside our professional and financial goals. It reminds us to stay present and engaged with the world around us, to embrace the richness and complexity of each moment, and to approach life with a sense of curiosity, openness, and wonder. The quote also challenges us to confront our own mortality with honesty, courage, and compassion, and to use this awareness as a source of motivation and inspiration to live more fully and authentically in the present moment. It encourages us to cultivate meaningful relationships, pursue our passions, and make a positive difference in the world, with the understanding that our time on this earth is limited and precious. Ultimately, the quote serves as a powerful call to action, urging us to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly with all its joys, sorrows, and uncertainties. It reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come not from avoiding death or pursuing superficial markers of success, but rather from living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations, and from creating a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our own brief time on this earth. By reflecting on the profound insights and lessons contained within this quote, we can gain a greater understanding of ourselves and the world around us, and find the courage and clarity to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the face of life's many challenges and uncertainties. In doing so, we can create lives that are rich, rewarding, and truly worth living, and can inspire others to do the same.
You know, I've been thinking about how sometimes saying less speaks louder. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but it's true. Whoever talks a lot often fails, they say, and lately, I think I'm starting to understand why. This realization didn't come suddenly. It crept up on me, like a thought that doesn't want to be ignored. I'm sitting here, cup of warm tea in hand, and thinking back to all those times when, in a rush to fill the silence, I just kept talking. I thought if I said more, it would make things clearer, but it often did the opposite. Let me tell you about one of those moments. A few years back, I was catching up with an old friend. We hadn't seen each other in years, and I was eager to fill him in on everything. My work, my travels, all these stories that felt important to share. I was so caught up in my own narrative that I didn't even notice how quiet he had gotten. I just kept going, thinking I was making this fantastic conversation. And then he interrupted me, kind of hesitantly, and he said, "I really wanted to tell you something." It turns out he was going through something heavy, something that I'd missed entirely in my monologue. He needed someone to listen, and here I was, just filling the air with my own stories. I remember the way his face looked, the slight disappointment. I'd failed to be the friend he needed. And you know, that look stayed with me, longer than I'd like to admit. From then on, I started to notice this pattern in myself. The more I spoke, the more I missed out on what others were actually trying to say. Or maybe what they were not saying, but were hoping I'd notice. And as I started paying attention to this, I saw it everywhere. Not just in my conversations, but in others too. It's like we're all afraid of the quiet moments, like we have to fill them up with words, no matter if they're necessary or not. But here's the thing. In silence, something special happens. There's space. Space for thoughts to breathe, for feelings to surface, for meaning to reveal itself. The times when I finally chose to stop talking, just let the words settle. I began to understand things I couldn't see when I was busy trying to be heard. I heard myself more clearly, and I started to really hear other people. I had another moment like this with my son recently. He was telling me about his day, about a challenge he'd faced, and I could feel that familiar urge to jump in, offer advice, tell him what I thought he should do, but I caught myself just for a moment. I held back. I let him talk, let him feel the silence after he spoke, and in that silence he found his own answers. It was one of the most powerful experiences I've had as a parent, to just let him have his own space, to listen and let him hear his own voice. Looking back, I realize how much richer my life would be if I had chosen silence more often, especially when I thought I had all the right words. Speaking less taught me so much more about the people around me, about what they needed, about how they felt, and even about myself. Because when we stop talking, we give ourselves permission to listen, not just to others, but to what's happening within us. It's funny how we often talk ourselves in circles, trying to fill up gaps, trying to make sense of things out loud, when sometimes all we need is to sit with our thoughts, let them settle, to be present in a way that goes beyond words. And I'm not saying I've got this down perfectly. I'm still learning. but I've come to believe that words are powerful only when they're given the space to mean something. So, if there's one thing I'd share with you, sitting here with my cup of tea and my reflections, it's this. Don't be afraid of the quiet. Sometimes, in the moments when you hold back, you'll hear things that were there all along, words you didn't have to say, answers you didn't have to search for, and you'll find a kind of peace in that silence, a connection that runs deeper than words. So next time you find yourself in a conversation, take a breath, pause, and listen. You might just find that less is indeed more.
Here are 10 types of people you should never trust or respect, and understanding why will transform the way you approach relationships. Some individuals may seem harmless at first glance, but their behaviors can create chaos, drain your energy, or lead you astray from your own growth. It's not just about avoiding negativity, it's about protecting your peace and staying aligned with your values. Each of these personality types challenges your ability to live a balanced, virtuous life. Think about how much time and energy are wasted dealing with people who lie, manipulate, or disrupt your focus. Imagine the relief of knowing exactly who to steer clear of and why. By identifying these toxic traits, you can set boundaries that safeguard your mental clarity and personal integrity. What's more, Stoicism, the ancient philosophy of resilience and rational living, offers timeless wisdom to navigate these challenges. As we explore each type of person, you'll discover actionable insights rooted in Stoic principles that will empower you to reclaim control and focus on what truly matters. 1. The dishonest. Dishonesty erodes trust, damages relationships, and breeds unnecessary complications in life. Stoicism, with its emphasis on truth and integrity, urges us to avoid those who habitually lie or deceive. Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This straightforward principle serves as a moral compass, guiding us to align with people who value honesty. Imagine this. You have a co-worker who regularly exaggerates their contributions to projects or withholds crucial information to make themselves look better. At first, their behavior might seem like a minor inconvenience, but over time, their dishonesty creates distrust among team members, delays progress, and fosters resentment. This not only affects your professional environment, but also weighs heavily on your mental peace. A Stoic would recognize the long-term harm of associating with such a person and distance themselves from their influence. Take another example from personal life. A friend who tells small lies to avoid accountability. Perhaps they consistently cancel plans with elaborate excuses that don't add up. These patterns chip away at the foundation of trust. Seneca reminds us that truth never perishes, meaning lies eventually surface, leaving damage in their wake. On the other hand, consider someone who admits their mistakes openly and strives to do better. Their honesty not only strengthens your relationship, but also inspires you to uphold the same virtue. Surrounding yourself with truthful individuals reinforces your commitment to live in alignment with reason and morality. Dishonest people disrupt the harmony Stoicism aims to cultivate. Their presence complicates what should be simple and straightforward. To protect your integrity and peace of mind, heed the Stoic advice. Trust those who walk in truth, and never grant respect to those who habitually betray it. The manipulative. Manipulators distort reality to serve their own needs, often at the expense of others. Stoicism teaches us to guard against such influences by maintaining control over our thoughts and emotions. Epictetus warned, "Whoever is going to make you angry is your master." This advice reminds us that manipulators thrive by exploiting our emotions, anger, guilt, fear, or even love, to bend us to their will. Consider a scenario where a colleague frequently flatters you, but subtly pressures you into taking on their workload. At first, their charm may feel genuine, but as time passes, you realize their compliments come with hidden motives. They appeal to your sense of responsibility or guilt, leaving you overburdened while they shirk their duties. A Stoic would recognize this behavior and set clear boundaries, refusing to let manipulation dictate their actions. In personal relationships, manipulation can be even more insidious. Imagine a partner who constantly plays the victim, using emotional guilt to control your decisions. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you'd do this for me." Over time, their tactics erode your sense of autonomy and self-respect. Stoic wisdom teaches us to evaluate such behavior objectively, separating emotion from reason. Marcus Aurelius urged, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." To counter manipulation, a Stoic practices discernment and self-awareness. They remain anchored in their values and avoid reacting impulsively to emotional appeals. By focusing on what they can control, their thoughts, choices, and actions, they neutralize the manipulator's power. Manipulative individuals compromise your peace and autonomy. Trust and respect should only be extended to those who communicate openly and act with integrity. As a Stoic, hold firm to your principles and never let the manipulative govern your path. 3. The envious. Envy is a corrosive emotion, often disguised as passive-aggressive behavior or subtle undermining. Envious people may resent your success, happiness, or achievements, even if they don't openly admit it. Stoicism teaches us to recognize envy as a sign of discontentment and insecurity. As Seneca observed, "It is the mark of a great soul to scorn great things and prefer that which is ordinary." The envious, by contrast, are consumed by comparison and lack gratitude for their own lives. Imagine you've earned a promotion at work and a colleague's congratulations feel forced or insincere. Soon after, they begin to nitpick your decisions or spread rumors about how you lucked into your new role. Their envy not only poisons their own happiness, but also introduces negativity into your life. A Stoic approach would involve acknowledging their behavior without taking it personally. Epictetus reminds us, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Focus on your goals and let their resentment roll off your back. In friendships, envy can manifest as a lack of support or even sabotage. Picture a friend who criticizes your choices or downplays your achievements. For instance, when you share news about buying your first home, they respond with, "Must be nice, but I wouldn't want the stress." Their envy clouds their ability to celebrate your success. Seneca's teachings encourage us to surround ourselves with those who uplift us, not drag us down with their own insecurities. Envy is a destructive force that disrupts harmony, both for the envious and those around them. Stoics choose gratitude over jealousy, focusing on their own path instead of comparing themselves to others. Respect and trust those who celebrate your successes genuinely, and distance yourself from those whose envy dims your light. 4. The irresponsible. Irresponsible people avoid accountability, blame others for their shortcomings, and fail to follow through on commitments. In Stoic philosophy, responsibility and self-discipline are essential virtues. Epictetus reminds us, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Irresponsible individuals, however, relinquish their freedom by neglecting their own duties, often pulling others into the chaos they create. Consider a teammate who consistently misses deadlines, leaving you scrambling to compensate for their lack of effort. At first, you might excuse their behavior, thinking they're simply overwhelmed. But over time, their pattern of neglect becomes clear. Their irresponsibility creates unnecessary stress for you, undermining your peace and productivity. A Stoic would recognize the importance of setting boundaries, ensuring their own efforts aren't wasted by someone else's failure to act responsibly. In personal relationships, irresponsibility can take a heavy toll. Imagine a friend who borrows money repeatedly but never repays it, always making excuses or promising to get it back to you soon. Their behavior reflects a lack of respect for your resources and trust. Marcus Aurelius advised us to focus on what is within our control, and part of that involves choosing relationships with those who honor their obligations. Stoics understand that responsibility is the foundation of progress. As Seneca noted, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Those who are irresponsible rarely seize opportunities because they fail to prepare, instead relying on others to clean up their messes. Irresponsible individuals drain your time, energy, and patience. Respect and trust should be reserved for those who take ownership of their actions and honor their commitments. A Stoic protects their mental clarity by refusing to shoulder the burdens of others' neglect and holding firm to their own sense of accountability. 5. The gossipers. Gossipers thrive on drama, spreading half-truths and secrets to gain attention or control. Stoicism teaches us to avoid idle talk and focus on meaningful action and self-improvement. Marcus Aurelius urged, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Gossip detracts from this focus, turning your attention toward trivial matters instead of what truly matters. Picture a co-worker who loves to share juicy office rumors, dragging you into conversations about who might get fired or who is underperforming. While these interactions may feel harmless, they come with hidden costs. Gossip fosters a toxic environment, erodes trust among colleagues, and distracts you from your own work. A Stoic would refrain from participating, recognizing that gossip not only wastes time, but also compromises personal integrity. In personal life, gossip can be even more damaging. Imagine a friend who frequently discusses others' personal issues behind their backs. Today, they're sharing someone else's secrets, but tomorrow, it could be yours. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve. Gossipers rarely inspire growth. Instead, they pull you into negativity and superficiality. Engaging in gossip also puts your peace of mind at risk. The Stoic principle of focusing only on what you can control is vital here. You can't control what others do or say, but you can control whether you participate. When approached with gossip, redirect the conversation or distance yourself from the individual. Gossipers add no value to your life and often detract from your focus and character. Trust and respect should be reserved for those who speak with purpose and integrity. A Stoic prioritizes truth, meaningful interactions, and self-discipline over indulging in harmful chatter. 6. The ungrateful. Ungrateful individuals take what they have for granted, often focusing on what's lacking instead of appreciating what they've been given. Stoicism emphasizes gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Seneca wrote, "Nothing is more honorable than a grateful heart." Ungrateful people, by contrast, drain energy and foster resentment, disrupting the harmony Stoicism aims to cultivate. Imagine a co-worker who always complains about their workload, the office environment, or their pay, despite having a stable job in a struggling economy. No matter how much you or others support them, their lack of gratitude leaves them perpetually dissatisfied. Over time, their negativity begins to weigh on your own outlook, pulling you into their cycle of discontent. A Stoic would recognize this as harmful and choose to focus instead on what they can appreciate and control. In personal relationships, dealing with ungrateful people can feel even more disheartening. Picture a family member who dismisses your efforts to help, whether it's offering financial support, emotional care, or practical assistance. Instead of saying "thank you," they respond with "why didn't you do more?" This kind of attitude diminishes your goodwill and can breed frustration. Stoic wisdom reminds us that the act of giving or helping should stem from virtue, not expectation. But that doesn't mean tolerating chronic ingratitude. Practicing gratitude, on the other hand, fosters resilience and joy. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the blessings in his life, writing, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." Surrounding yourself with people who share this perspective strengthens your ability to live a fulfilled life. Ungrateful individuals detract from your sense of purpose and positivity. A Stoic extends trust and respect to those who acknowledge and value the good in life, leaving behind those who only see what's missing. 7. The overly cynical. Cynicism, when unchecked, becomes a destructive force. While skepticism can be healthy, overly cynical people view the world through a lens of distrust and negativity, dismissing hope and possibility. Stoicism, by contrast, encourages resilience and rational optimism, even in challenging times. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Cynics fail to exercise this power, choosing despair instead of constructive action. Imagine a co-worker who constantly predicts the failure of new initiatives or belittles efforts to improve the workplace. Their constant refrain of "it'll never work" or "why bother" not only dampens morale but also discourages innovation. Over time, their negativity creates a toxic atmosphere that stifles progress. A Stoic would recognize the futility of entertaining such pessimism, focusing instead on their own efforts and how they can contribute meaningfully, regardless of others' attitudes. In personal relationships, overly cynical individuals often dismiss your dreams and aspirations. Picture a friend who rolls their eyes when you share plans to start a business, saying, "Most startups fail. Why risk it?" Their cynicism projects their own fears and limitations onto you, eroding your confidence. Epictetus reminds us, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." Cynics are often trapped by their unwillingness to see new possibilities or embrace growth. While life is unpredictable and challenges are inevitable, Stoics choose to confront difficulties with reason and optimism. They understand that while outcomes are uncertain, the effort to act virtuously and purposefully is always worthwhile. Overly cynical people can drag you down, obscuring opportunities for growth and joy. A Stoic surrounds themselves with those who inspire and uplift, leaving behind those who cling to negativity and doubt. Respect and trust those who see potential, not just problems. 8. The arrogant. Arrogance blinds individuals to reason and humility, two essential virtues in Stoic philosophy. The arrogant inflate their own self-importance, often dismissing the value or contributions of others. Stoicism teaches that wisdom lies in recognizing how much we don't know. As Marcus Aurelius observed, it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. Imagine a manager who refuses to listen to feedback, assuming their position makes them infallible. They ignore valuable input from their team, leading to poor decisions and workplace tension. Their arrogance not only damages morale, but also stifles growth for themselves and everyone around them. A Stoic would recognize this behavior as a failure of humility and reason, qualities essential for leadership and collaboration. In friendships or family dynamics, arrogance manifests as dismissiveness or condescension. Picture a relative who constantly belittles your choices, presenting their opinions as superior without considering your perspective. Perhaps they dismiss your career path with remarks like, "You'll never succeed doing that," based solely on their limited understanding. This behavior not only sows discord, but also reveals their inability to see beyond their own narrow worldview. Arrogance is rooted in insecurity and detachment from reality. Stoicism advises us to cultivate humility by focusing on self-improvement rather than comparing ourselves to others. Epictetus reminds us, if you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters. True strength lies in seeking knowledge and understanding, not in pretending to have all the answers. Arrogant individuals disrupt harmony and hinder progress. Respect and trust should be given to those who demonstrate humility, openness, and a willingness to learn. A Stoic seeks relationships grounded in mutual respect and growth, steering clear of those who let pride overshadow reason and virtue. 9. The intemperate. Intemperance, whether it's indulgence in vices, lack of self-control, or impulsive behavior, leads to chaos and imbalance. Stoicism values moderation and discipline, emphasizing the importance of mastering desires rather than being mastered by them. As Seneca said, hold fast to this sound and wholesome rule of life, that you indulge the body only as far as health and needs require. Imagine a co-worker who frequently misses deadlines because they prioritize partying over professional responsibilities. Their inability to balance enjoyment with duty creates problems not only for themselves, but also for those who depend on their work. A Stoic would recognize this as a failure of self-governance and understand the need to distance themselves from such unreliability. In personal relationships, intemperance can manifest as recklessness, whether it's financial irresponsibility, erratic emotional outbursts, or unhealthy habits. Picture a friend who constantly borrows money to fund their excessive lifestyle, but makes no effort to pay it back or curb their spending. Their lack of self-discipline not only harms their own stability, but also places an unfair burden on those around them. Marcus Aurelius advises, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. A Stoic would maintain their peace by refusing to enable such behavior. Intemperance often leads to regret and missed opportunities. Stoicism teaches us to aim for balance, cultivating habits that support long-term well-being rather than fleeting pleasures. True happiness, as Epictetus noted, comes from living in accordance with nature and reason, not from overindulging in things that bring only temporary satisfaction. Intemperate individuals can disrupt your peace and pull you into their chaotic orbit. A Stoic chooses to align with those who exercise discipline and self-control, fostering stability and mutual growth over recklessness and excess. 10. The unprincipled. People without principles lack a moral foundation, often making decisions based on convenience, self-interest, or fleeting emotions rather than values or ethics. Stoicism places great emphasis on living a virtuous life, guided by principles such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Epictetus advised, know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly. The unprincipled, by contrast, fail to anchor their actions in any consistent moral framework, making them unreliable and potentially harmful. Consider a business partner who is willing to cut corners, lie to clients, or exploit workers just to maximize profits. While their behavior may yield short-term gains, their lack of integrity will inevitably lead to long-term consequences, damaged relationships, legal troubles, or the loss of trust. A Stoic would refuse to associate with such a person, knowing that aligning with unprincipled individuals compromises their own values. In personal relationships, an unprincipled person might betray confidences, break promises, or act deceptively without remorse. Imagine a friend who regularly changes their stance depending on what benefits them in the moment. They might abandon you in times of need, offer hollow reassurances, or fail to honor their commitments. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to seek relationships that strengthen our character. the soul becomes dyed with the colour of its thoughts. Being around the unprincipled taints your moral clarity. Living without principles is like navigating without a compass. There's no direction or purpose, only chaos and opportunism. Stoicism teaches us to act in harmony with our virtues, to ensure our actions align with our beliefs and contribute to a greater good. Unprincipled individuals are unpredictable and often self-serving, leaving a trail of disorder in their wake. A Stoic chooses relationships with those who live by strong ethical standards, reinforcing mutual trust, respect, and the shared pursuit of virtue. Leave behind those who lack principles. They offer no foundation for a meaningful or harmonious connection. These 10 types of people, dishonest, manipulative, envious, irresponsible, gossipy, ungrateful, overly cynical, arrogant, intemperate, and unprincipled, are obstacles to a life of peace, purpose, and virtue. By recognizing their traits and applying Stoic wisdom, you can protect your energy, focus on what you can control, and cultivate relationships that align with your values. If you found this video insightful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more content on Stoicism and personal growth. We'd also love to hear from you. Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Have you encountered any of these personality types? How did you handle them? Let's keep the conversation going and learn from each other's experiences. 10. Hidden signs. Your boss doesn't value you, and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever felt invisible at work? You put in hours of effort, exceed expectations, and contribute meaningfully, yet the recognition you hope for never comes. Perhaps your ideas are dismissed, or worse, credited to someone else. This feeling of being overlooked can gnaw at your confidence and make you question your worth. But what if this isn't just a fleeting phase, but a reflection of how your boss truly values you? Recognizing the hidden signs of being undervalued isn't merely about ego or pride. It's about clarity and self-respect. In a Stoic sense, it's about understanding what's within your control. You can't force others to value you, but you can choose to see the signs, reflect on their meaning, and decide how to respond. Ignoring these signals can lead to stagnation, dissatisfaction, and a life where you remain a shadow of your potential. The purpose of this video is simple: to help you identify these hidden signs and take proactive steps toward a more fulfilling career. Each sign we'll explore is a subtle clue, often buried beneath day-to-day interactions, yet significant enough to guide your decisions. Let me offer a disclaimer. Context is vital. People act in ignorance or distraction more often than with malice. Before concluding that your boss doesn't value you, it's wise to pause and reflect. Have an honest conversation if needed, as clear communication can dispel assumptions and misunderstandings. As Marcus Aurelius once said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. With this wisdom in mind, let's examine these signs, not with bitterness, but with clarity and a focus on what truly matters: your growth and well-being. 1. Lack of acknowledgement for your work. Imagine this: you've stayed late, delivered a project ahead of schedule, or resolved a critical issue that saved the company time and money. Yet, when the team gathers, your boss showers praise on others, leaving your contribution unnoticed. Over time, this pattern erodes your confidence and creates a nagging question: do they even see what I bring to the table? From a Stoic perspective, acknowledgement isn't something we control. Epictetus reminds us, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. However, repeated lack of recognition signals something deeper. If your efforts consistently go unnoticed, it may reflect not your worth, but your boss's priorities, or lack thereof. What can you do? Start by documenting your contributions. When the time is right, calmly present them to your boss in a review or one-on-one meeting. Speak not with frustration, but with confidence. For example, I wanted to highlight some projects I've taken the lead on this quarter and discuss how I can contribute further to the team's success. This approach anchors your worth in tangible evidence and invites collaboration. Remember, acknowledgement is a reflection of others, not a measure of your value. Don't let their neglect diminish your internal sense of accomplishment. Seek workplaces or leaders who align with your contributions, but above all, value yourself first. 2. No opportunities for growth. A stagnant role is a silent threat to your potential. If your boss overlooks you for training sessions, fails to mention promotion opportunities, or hesitates to assign challenging projects, it's a sign they don't see you as part of the bigger picture. Growth is not merely an ambition, it's a necessity for your professional well-being. Seneca advises, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. If your workplace denies you this fundamental right, ask yourself, is this the environment that aligns with my aspirations? To address this, take the initiative. Research growth opportunities within or outside your company. Ask for specific feedback on what skills you should develop to qualify for the next level. A direct conversation like, I'm eager to grow in my role. What steps can I take to better contribute to the team? Shows your dedication and makes your intentions clear. If no path forward emerges, consider whether staying aligns with your goals. Growth comes from environments that challenge and empower you. If this isn't available, moving on may be the most stoic and self-respecting decision you can make. 3. Micromanagement or overbearing oversight. Few things are more suffocating than a boss who constantly hovers over your work. Micromanagement often stems from distrust, which can make even the most capable employee feel inadequate. If your boss rewrites your emails, double-checks every minor detail, or overrides your decisions, it signals they don't trust your expertise. Or worse, they don't want you to shine independently. A Stoic approach reminds us to separate what we can control, our work ethic and attitude, from what we cannot, such as another's insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius noted, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. To counter micromanagement, focus on building trust. Communicate regularly about your progress and results before they ask. For instance, you might say, here's the status of the project and how I plan to move forward. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like adjusted. This preemptive transparency can ease their fears and allow you more freedom over time. However, if their behavior persists despite your efforts, reflect on whether this is an environment conducive to growth. Being trusted to exercise your skills is essential for professional development. If that's not possible, it may be time to seek a role where your independence is valued. As the Stoics teach, protect your energy and focus on what propels you forward. 4. Exclusion from important meetings or projects. Imagine finding out about a major team decision from a co-worker or being left out of a critical meeting where your expertise would have been valuable. Exclusion from key discussions or projects isn't just frustrating, it's a strong indication that your voice isn't valued. Over time, this marginalization can lead to stagnation, making it difficult to showcase your skills or grow professionally. From a Stoic perspective, this exclusion challenges your sense of belonging, but it's also an opportunity for self-reflection. Marcus Aurelius advises, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Instead of dwelling on the slight, assess whether your skills and contributions align with the team's goals. Sometimes exclusion stems from oversight rather than intent. To address this, assertively yet respectfully, make your desire to contribute known. For example, you could say, I noticed I wasn't included in the recent project planning session. I'd love to offer my insights and support next time. This demonstrates initiative without accusation. If exclusion persists despite your efforts, reflect on the workplace culture. A team that consistently sidelines you may not value your input, or worse, may not align with your growth goals. Your talents deserve a platform where they can thrive, and sometimes that means seeking opportunities elsewhere. 5. Unclear or vague feedback. Imagine receiving the same generic feedback in every review. You're doing fine. Keep it up. While it might seem harmless, vague or non-existent feedback leaves you in the dark about your performance. How can you improve, excel, or align with expectations if you're never told where you stand? A lack of clarity signals indifference, a dangerous barrier to your growth. As Stoics, we value self-awareness and reflection. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Constructive feedback is vital in this process, as it provides the mirror we need to see ourselves clearly. If your boss is unclear, take the initiative. Request specific feedback with questions like, what aspects of my work are most valuable to the team, and where can I improve? Framing the conversation positively shows that you're invested in growth and not merely fishing for validation. However, if clarity remains elusive, document your achievements and assess your performance independently. Seek input from trusted colleagues or mentors to fill the gaps. Long term, consider whether a boss who avoids giving clear guidance aligns with your career ambitions. Your development deserves clarity, not apathy. 6. Favoritism toward others. Few workplace dynamics are as demoralizing as favoritism. When one team member consistently receives the best assignments, praise, or perks, it creates an environment of inequality. If you feel like no matter how hard you work, you're always in someone else's shadow, it's time to consider what this pattern reveals about your boss's priorities. Seneca reminds us, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. While favoritism may seem personal, it often stems from biases or comfort zones rather than deliberate malice. However, understanding this doesn't mean you must accept it passively. To address favoritism, focus on what you can control, your own performance and contributions. Maintain a strong work ethic and document your achievements to ensure they're visible. You might also have a candid conversation with your boss, asking, are there additional opportunities where I could contribute and showcase my skills? This shifts the focus from comparison to collaboration. Yet, if favoritism continues unchecked and stifles your opportunities for growth, ask yourself if this is a team you want to invest in. A workplace built on fairness and merit will always provide a stronger foundation for your future. Do not let another's bias define your worth. Your value is determined by your actions, not their preferences. 7. Unfair workload distribution. Picture this. You're constantly assigned the most challenging tasks while others receive lighter workloads or avoid responsibility altogether. Despite your efforts, the extra work goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Over time, this imbalance can lead to burnout and resentment, making you question if you're being exploited rather than valued. From a Stoic lens, unfair treatment is a test of your resilience and perspective. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have endured countless misfortunes, yet look, still you stand." However, enduring does not mean enabling. Recognizing when an unfair burden is placed on you is the first step toward change. To address this, communicate assertively but diplomatically. For example, you might say, "I've noticed that my workload is significantly heavier compared to others. I'd like to discuss how we can better balance tasks to ensure everyone contributes equally." By framing the issue as a team concern, you minimize defensiveness while advocating for yourself. If the imbalance persists, consider whether the organization aligns with your long-term goals. While hard work is commendable, a workplace that exploits rather than appreciates your efforts will stifle your growth. Remember, your time and energy are finite. Choose to invest them wisely. 8. Lack of personal interest. A boss who shows no curiosity about your well-being, career aspirations, or personal growth sends a clear message. You're seen as a cog in the machine rather than a valued individual. While professionalism doesn't demand friendship, it does require a basic level of respect and human connection. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, "What concerns me is not the way things are, but the way people think things are." A lack of personal interest may stem from a boss who views employees purely in terms of productivity, not individuality. This mindset, while disappointing, reflects more on them than on you. To address this, initiate conversations about your goals and development. Share your aspirations with statements like, "I'm eager to grow in my role and would love your guidance on how I can contribute more effectively to the team." This proactive approach demonstrates your commitment and invites them to engage. However, if their indifference remains, remember that your worth isn't dependent on their recognition. Seek mentorship elsewhere and align yourself with leaders who see your potential. Value yourself as a whole person, not just a worker. This mindset is key to navigating such situations with dignity and strength. 9. Low compensation or no raises. You've delivered results, exceeded expectations, and consistently added value to your team, yet your paycheck remains the same. Low compensation or stagnant wages despite proven performance is one of the clearest signs your boss doesn't value your contributions. It's a financial and symbolic reminder that your efforts are being taken for granted. Seneca wisely stated, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." While this encourages contentment with what we have, it doesn't mean accepting less than you deserve. Compensation reflects respect, both for your skills and the time you dedicate to your work. If you find yourself in this situation, start by researching industry standards for your role. With this information in hand, schedule a meeting with your boss and present a calm, factual case. Based on my contributions and market data, I'd like to discuss adjusting my compensation to reflect my value to the team. If raises are consistently denied or promises remain unfulfilled, consider whether staying aligns with your self-worth. As a professional, you deserve fair pay for your contributions. Pursue roles where your efforts are recognized, both financially and professionally. 10. Frequent criticism without constructive solutions. Criticism, when constructive, is a tool for growth. But when your boss frequently focuses on your flaws without offering guidance to improve, it becomes a source of demoralization rather than development. Over time, constant criticism without solutions can erode your confidence and sense of capability. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." While criticism may sting, your response determines its impact. Instead of internalizing harsh words, use them as an opportunity to reflect and refine. To navigate this dynamic, seek clarity. The next time you're criticized, ask respectfully, "Could you provide specific examples or guidance on how I can improve?" This shifts the conversation from blame to problem solving and demonstrates your willingness to grow. However, if the criticism remains vague or purely negative, it may reflect more on your boss's leadership than your performance. Surround yourself with mentors and colleagues who provide constructive feedback and encourage your development. A workplace that thrives on tearing others down is not a place for growth. It's a place to outgrow. Value your potential enough to seek an environment that nurtures it. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Identifying these signs is only the first step. What you do next determines whether you grow stronger or remain trapped in a cycle of frustration. As Stoics, we understand that while we cannot control external events, we have full power over how we respond. Here's how you can constructively address these situations. Self-assessment. Before taking action, pause and reflect on your own contributions. Are you meeting or exceeding expectations? Are there areas where you can improve? As Epictetus said, first, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Ensure you're fulfilling your role to the best of your ability, so you approach the issue with integrity. Open communication. The next step is direct but respectful dialogue. Schedule a meeting with your boss to discuss your concerns. For example, say, "I'd like to understand how I can contribute more effectively and align my goals with the team's objectives." Frame the conversation around growth and collaboration rather than confrontation. This Stoic approach focuses on solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. Document achievements. Keep a detailed record of your accomplishments, challenges you've overcome, and any measurable contributions you've made. This provides tangible evidence of your value. When presenting your case, be factual and calm. Your work speaks louder than emotion. Seek support. If the situation doesn't improve, consider seeking guidance from HR, a trusted mentor, or colleagues. Outside perspectives can provide clarity and solutions you might not have considered. Personal growth strategies. Ultimately, growth is in your control. Invest in learning new skills, networking, or exploring lateral moves. If the current environment doesn't align with your aspirations, it's not failure. It's wisdom to seek a place where you can flourish. As Seneca wisely noted, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Recognizing the hidden signs that your boss doesn't value you is an act of self-respect. It's not about bitterness or resentment, but about clarity and growth. Ignoring these signs can lead to stagnation, but addressing them with courage and wisdom paves the way for a brighter future. The Stoics remind us to focus on what we can control, our actions, our responses, and our decisions. You can't always change your boss or your workplace, but you can choose to advocate for yourself, to grow, and, when necessary, to move on to an environment where your contributions are truly valued. Ultimately, your worth isn't determined by others' recognition. It comes from knowing the value you bring and the integrity with which you carry yourself. As Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Honor your worth by taking steps that align with your principles and ambitions. Remember, prioritizing your professional growth and mental well-being isn't selfish. It's essential. You deserve a workplace that respects and appreciates your contributions. Take action, stay true to your values, and watch as opportunities that align with your worth unfold before you. If you've experienced these signs, share your story in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us next time for more insights on building a wiser, stronger career.
Once upon a time, in an ancient village nestled near a mountain range, there lived a young man named Kaito. He was known for his creativity and resilience, but beneath his optimistic exterior, Kaito felt trapped by invisible chains. His dreams of success in his work and relationships seemed perpetually out of reach. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day in the fields, Kaito found himself wandering a secluded mountain path. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and cherry blossoms, and the path led him to a small temple bathed in twilight. There sat an elderly Zen master named Hiroshi, quietly tending to a bonsai tree. Hiroshi had a reputation for helping people discover clarity and purpose. Drawn to the master's serene presence, Kaito approached cautiously. "Master Hiroshi," he said, bowing deeply, "I feel lost. My ambitions are clear, but something within me holds me back. How can I overcome this?" Hiroshi looked up, his eyes crinkling with a kind smile. "Sit with me, young man. Let us unravel the chains together." Kaito sat cross-legged on the soft grass, and Hiroshi began to speak. "To move forward, you must first let go. There are 10 habits binding you, like weeds choking a blossoming flower. Let me tell you clearly what they are." Hiroshi placed his hands on his knees and began. "The first habit is complaining. Complaining is like standing in a sinking boat and focusing on the holes instead of finding a way to plug them. It drains your energy and keeps you stuck in the problem. Instead, practice gratitude. Gratitude allows you to see the resources and opportunities around you. For instance, if your work in the fields frustrates you, focus on the strength it has built in your body or the harvest it provides for your family. Gratitude doesn't ignore the challenges. It simply gives you the strength to address them with clarity." Kaito paused, thinking about how often he complained about the hard labor. "I do focus too much on what's wrong," he admitted. "Maybe if I shifted my energy to appreciating what I have, I could start seeing solutions instead of obstacles." He resolved to start each day by listing 3 things he was grateful for. "Second," Hiroshi continued, "comparison is the thief of joy. Imagine a garden where you constantly compare one flower to another. You'll never appreciate the unique beauty of each bloom. When you compare yourself to others, you undermine your own journey and miss the joy of personal growth. Measure your progress against your past self, not against others. Celebrate their successes as inspiration, not as benchmarks for your worth. Remember, the path you're on is yours alone, shaped by your experiences and dreams." Kaito nodded slowly. "I compare myself to the other farmers all the time, and it makes me feel like I'm not good enough. But if I focus on how far I've come, I might feel more confident about my own path." "Third is perfectionism," Hiroshi said. "Perfectionism paralyzes action because it convinces you that nothing is good enough unless it's flawless. Waiting for the perfect moment means you never start. Life doesn't demand perfection. It asks for effort and progress. Begin with what you have and refine as you go. Consider the bonsai tree. It doesn't grow in a day. Each snip and adjustment shapes it over time. Your efforts are the same. Start small, and you'll achieve greatness through consistent refinement." "That hits close to home," Kaito said with a rueful smile. "I've been delaying fixing the irrigation system, waiting for the perfect plan. But if I just start with what I can, I'll improve it along the way." The fourth habit is procrastination. Procrastination is like carrying a heavy pack uphill. The longer you wait, the heavier it feels. Break large tasks into smaller, manageable steps. When you focus on one small action, you lighten the load and create momentum. For example, if you dread preparing your tools for the next season, start by cleaning just one. Action, no matter how small, diminishes fear and builds confidence. "I've definitely felt that weight," Kaito admitted. "If I can just start with something small, even if it's just sharpening one tool, maybe I can build momentum." "Fifth," Hiroshi continued, "is overcommitting. Imagine a single flame trying to light too many candles. It spreads itself too thin and risks extinguishing entirely. When you say yes to everything, you dilute your focus and drain your energy. Learn to prioritize. Say no to what doesn't align with your values and goals so you can say yes to what truly matters. It's not selfish. It's necessary for growth and balance." Kaito sighed. "I hate saying no because I don't want to disappoint people, but I see how it's draining me. I'll practice being more selective about where I spend my energy. The sixth habit is people-pleasing. Living to satisfy others' expectations is like wearing clothes that don't fit. You lose your comfort and identity. Honor your own needs and live authentically. When you respect yourself, others who truly matter will respect you too. For instance, if you feel compelled to agree with someone to keep the peace, pause and ask yourself if doing so aligns with your values. Honesty with yourself and others fosters genuine relationships. That's a hard one for me, Kaito confessed. I've been trying to make everyone happy, but it's left me feeling empty. I need to start focusing on what truly matters to me. Seventh is self-doubt, Hiroshi said firmly. Self-doubt is a shadow that grows when you stand still. Reflect on your past achievements to remind yourself of your abilities. You've overcome challenges before, and you'll do so again. Confidence doesn't come from never failing. It comes from knowing you can rise after every fall. Keep a journal of your successes, no matter how small, and revisit it when doubt creeps in. I often forget my own successes, Kaito said thoughtfully. I'll start keeping a journal of my achievements to remind myself of what I'm capable of. The eighth habit is multitasking, Hiroshi explained. Multitasking scatters your focus like seeds thrown to the wind. They rarely land where they'll grow. Deep concentration, on the other hand, is like planting a single seed with care. Focus on one task at a time, and you'll achieve mastery and greater satisfaction. For example, if you're repairing a fence, set aside distractions like conversations until it's finished. Quality work comes from undivided attention. I'm always juggling too many things, Kaito admitted. I'll try focusing on one task at a time and see if it makes a difference. Ninth, Hiroshi continued, is avoiding feedback. Feedback is a mirror that reflects areas for growth. Embrace it with humility and curiosity. Constructive criticism isn't a personal attack. It's a tool for refinement. Seek it out and use it to sharpen your skills and perspective. When someone offers feedback, thank them and ask yourself how it can help you grow. I've always been defensive about criticism, Kaito said. But if I can view it as a chance to learn, I might grow faster. And finally, the 10th habit is neglecting self-care, Hiroshi said, his tone softening. Self-care is not indulgence, it's sustenance. Imagine trying to draw water from an empty well. You cannot give your best to others or your goals if you're depleted. Prioritize rest, nourishment, and activities that rejuvenate your spirit. Whether it's a walk in nature, a moment of meditation, or simply enjoying a cup of tea, these small acts restore balance and energy. I've been burning the candle at both ends, Kaito admitted. I'll start setting aside time each day to recharge, even if it's just a short walk or quiet meditation. Kaito took a deep breath, feeling both humbled and enlightened. Thank you, Master Hiroshi. Your words resonate deeply. I will strive to let go of these habits. Hiroshi smiled warmly. The journey will not be easy, but every step you take will bring you closer to freedom. Remember, transformation begins with awareness and is sustained through action. The moon had risen high by the time their conversation ended. Kaito felt lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted. Bowing deeply, he said, I will not forget your lessons, Master. In the weeks that followed, Kaito applied Hiroshi's teachings. He began each day with gratitude, set boundaries, and tackled his goals with imperfect but determined steps. Slowly, his life transformed. Opportunities blossomed, relationships deepened, and peace replaced his inner turmoil. Word of Kaito's transformation spread, and others sought him out for advice. Remembering Hiroshi's guidance, Kaito shared what he had learned, becoming a beacon of hope for those ready to release their own weeds. And so, the story of Kaito and the 10 Habits reminded all who heard it that within each of us lies the power to cultivate success, one thoughtful step at a time.